And we're up on Rumble and YouTube and that. And now we're up on Facebook.
Hi, guys.
1 second. Okay. Kick us off.
Hi, guys. Welcome to Political Head Trauma with myself, Holly, and Jared Anderson. And we are actually doing a remote version of our show today because Jared has the gumbo.
Yeah, I've got something going on and I don't want to give it to anyone. Anyways, well, we'll do some sharing, and Holly, go ahead and talk about the voting stuff and real quick while I do some sharing.
Excellent. Well, for all of you Republicans out there, the primary is fast at hand. So you should have received your ballot in the mail. You would have had this ballot for a couple of weeks. If you haven't filled it out yet, it's still time. There are ballot pickup stations all around the county. So that includes Wendover, Tooele, Grantsville, Stansbury Park, Stockton. They're all over the county. Go to the county clerk's website and the locations are there if you don't know. And then you can drop them in the box before 8 p.m. on voting night, which is Tuesday night. There are 3 locations that have been opened up in person for voting day on Tuesday. So you will have the Oker Mills Elementary, also at the Tooele County building, and the other one I believe is in Grantsville. So you can go look those up online as well. All the craziness for the party gets established after Tuesday. So we will actually be able to have our candidates and move forward. Jared and I's plan is to make sure that when we have my party's candidates, we will invite all the other parties to come on the show. We're going to hopefully get all the parties engaged and involved and actually just learn, what their platform is, what they want for Utah, what they want for the United States. And that's the plan. If you don't vote, you've got to be a registered Republican to vote in this race. And once that you if you're unaffiliated, I believe you can go in and change to a Republican anytime before the election. If you're a registered Democrat or independent, you can't change parties at this time. The deadline is over. But that doesn't mean that you shouldn't get to know the candidates as much as possible. These will be our candidates going forward to the general. So please do consider going to our past shows, which we have in the archives. We have actually had the honor to talk to most all of the candidates here on this show. And we just are extremely grateful to all of you who have tuned in and stayed with us right from the beginning. And we appreciate those of you who are just tuning in now. Please like and subscribe. And that way you can always catch the candidates. We are everything political head trauma can bring. Because if Head Trauma had a podcast, it would sound something like this. Humana.
Yeah. And so make sure you let them know that that our county clerk has set up 3 in-person voting, if that's how you prefer to do it. And do you know where those locations are?
Yeah, I just told everyone, sweetie.
Oh.
Bye.
Okay.
You're drunk.
I'm
You're on the cough syrup today. Hey, I remember being on the cough syrup during one of our shows. It happens to the best of us.
Yes. Well, today is a 3-year anniversary of something. Does everyone remember who Jonathan or Johnny Hurley is? Do you remember?
Please tell us. No.
Okay. There was in Arvada, Colorado, 3 years ago today, there was an active shooter moving along. His first target was a police officer sitting in his car, just kind of sitting there, and he killed someone and started moving through kind of like a little, I guess, a quaint shopping district. I've never been to Arvada, Colorado. It's a suburb of Denver. And Jonathan Hurley, or Johnny Hurley, was in an Army surplus store, and he was buying a new pair of boots for work. And he heard the shooting, And the police on site hid. There were police like in a building around the square, and they hid inside the building. They watched a guy in black shorts, black shirt, and a black boonie cap walk across with an AR-15, and they hid. And Jonathan Hurley, he's wearing khaki shorts, red shirt, and a red ball cap. He approached the target. He ran out, just a private citizen, drew his Hellcat, fired 6 shots at the butthole that was doing an active shooter and hit him with 5 of them, killed him. Johnny Hurley then ran up to the body, disarmed it of the AR, and started unloading the AR. And at that time, the police came out and shot Johnny. But his family was awarded, I think it was $2.7 million. But yeah, Johnny Hurley is a hero. He's a person that took the defense of his fellow citizens into his own hands. And it's the anniversary of that today.
Okay, well, that's pretty great.
It was big news at the time, and a big call out to pro Second Amendment stuff.
It's, when was the Kyle Rittenhouse situation too? We've had some pretty exceptional trials happen regarding Kyle in the last few years that were big wins for Second Amendment as well. And I hope we keep seeing them, because when those wins stop happening and those folks are demonized or sacrificed at the altar of ending the Second Amendment, our country's done. We don't have a first without the Second Amendment.
Yeah. And speaking of, now Jonathan Hurley, he was a guy who attended lots of self-defense trainings. He would seek out friends who knew how to do stuff, and he would train himself and made himself a competent shooter. So I want to say that starting tomorrow, not starting tomorrow, but this weekend is defensive pistol course, concealed carry defensive pistol course. It's Saturday, Sunday. I'll be there. Mallory's the instructor. There'll be a whole bunch of us.
Shield Maidens?
Yes. Silence your phone real quick, Holly. We can hear your ticking.
Copy.
But there's still opening slots in the class. If anyone wants to attend, I'll just give you Mallory's phone number right now. I'm sure it's not too late. And if it is, she can yell at me later.
Hey, and can I take this moment to share my experience? So how Jared and I got involved with the Shield Maidens is I had seen an ad for it and reached out to Mallory, and because I wanted to feel more comfortable carrying under constitutional carry. And I was a mom for so many years with little kids that I never carried around them because I didn't feel confident in my firearm abilities and making sure that I was safely storing my firearm, that I was attentive to my firearm. And even like, how do you end up protecting yourself with a firearm if you're not comfortable carrying it? So I reached out. Through text, she got me set up. I booked a class. I grabbed my 2 best friends, and I was on Jared's show the weekend prior to the class, and I was telling him about this exciting class I was going to take, and I challenged him to take it with me, not knowing that my dearest friend and cousin here is like the best shooter there is. He comes in and he's like, oh yeah, and he brings his gun, and I mean, he aced that class. He was so extraordinary that they ended up inviting him to be one of the trainers in the course, and for good reason. He is well deserved there. All the trainers.
No, they did it because I've got a good sense of humor.
That's probably not it.
It's definitely it.
And what's so cool about it is I left that 2-day course. I got 20 hours of training in light and dark scenarios. I got up close defense and a little further away defense. And number one, I got taught loops of how to speak, how to avoid ever having to use my firearm.
That's the biggest part.
The biggest part was, this is the last resort, and here's how you can stop ever having to pull it. And I was so just absolutely amazed. And my friend Jessie, she took the course with us, and it was such a great friendship that came out with all those folks that were joining the class, and all the trainers. Fred Swain is one of my dearest friends, and Mallory, absolutely amazing human. Jared, of course. So anybody out there, and especially women, take this course, learn about your safety, how to avoid ever having to use a firearm, but how to have a firearm on you and how to feel confident when you do, because it was the best experience. And I plan on coming again. Fred invited me to come Sunday if I was able to, and just to come in and meet the team and just catch up and share my experience, and maybe shoot the Hellcat, because I love that Hellcat of yours.
Yeah, the Hellcat. And that's what Johnny Hurley was carrying, a Hellcat. His was a Hellcat regular. Mine's a Pro. Just means mine has a longer handle. But if anyone's interested, there's still some slots open. Shoot a text to 801-228-7067. Chat with Mallory. Get online with it. Figure out, what all you need. Of course, you'll need a pistol. Actually, you can actually attend the course without a pistol.
Right.
We generally have extra pistols, extra holsters there. We enjoy having first-time shooters in the course, bringing them into the community and making them more confident and capable. And overall, we're all firm believers that the more people we have in our society that's armed, the safer our society is, especially in this day and time. But yeah.
And right now we're seeing, if you ever watch YouTube videos where they're talking about robberies in progress that are stopped by a Second Amendment or concealed carry permit handler, it's day and night. You actually level the playing field. If someone comes at you that is a foot taller than you and just is meant to do you harm, it's so much better than being a sitting duck. And especially with the loops, I believe that's what they're called.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
how to avoid
the tape loop,
how to avoid this confrontation from the beginning. And when you sense a threat, what to say, how to say it, what distance you should keep. The whole goal is to get yourself out of the danger, get your children out of the danger. And for me, that gave me so much more confidence. It wasn't about, hey, this is the Wild West, and here's what you're shooting at this person, It's not like that at all.
No.
It's all about giving you the confidence and the words to actually prevent death or a shooting. And
yeah. And here in the state of Utah, we're lucky. The state believes in self-defense, and I would love to never hear about another young lady being assaulted ever again. I would much rather hear about how a potential, I don't want to say potential because that might leave a little too much gray area, how an attempted assaulter ended up having to visit the hospital or some other such brick building because of their infractions against young ladies.
So I think the website is what?
The website is defensesense.com. I'll pull it up real quick.
Get your wives involved, get your daughters,
Mm-hmm.
husbands. Uh, it is such a beautiful group of individuals who love freedom and who believe in a better community and a better society by having better individuals. And they don't care where you come from, even what you believe. If you just want to protect yourself and live in a world where you can do that fairly and safely and with all the training you can get. And I know I had my training almost 2 years ago. I'm due for a refresh.
Yeah.
And I will probably, once I get my health figured out, I probably will enroll in another class. And I hope that she continues to keep offering these because they are well worth it. They're worth your time. They're worth your money. They're certainly worth your peace of mind.
Yeah. And you get the experience to, especially if you're a new shooter where you're there with a whole bunch of people with experience and they've got different firearms. You get a chance to shoot different pistols. You get a chance to kind of feel out what do you like? What would you like to carry? How would you like to carry it? Because, you got people that kidney carry, people that hip carry, people that appendix carry. You get to shave a lot of expense off of lessons that other people pay money for by buying stuff that doesn't work for them. So you go there, you gain a lot of experience. You gain a lot of pistol time. You can expect to shoot over 200 rounds of ammunition. That's just gonna happen. You shoot a lot.
You also learn like how to reload, how to
Mm-hmm.
carry so that you have access to another magazine quickly. You learn all the steps and muscle memory for how to hold your firearm safely. In fact, most of the class, your finger's never on the trigger. You're learning how to protect or how to hold it safely because once it has to be on the trigger, that's when you have to take action. And until it's warrants it, your muscle memory is always off that trigger. That's another thing that I learned that I needed to work on.
Yeah.
Rooster, Fred, Mallory.
Yep. There's
Wes.
Yeah. Wes and Mallory run. They swap off. So this month is Mallory. Next month will be Wes, and then the instructors that go along with him. But yeah, it's if it's something you seek to do, or if you carry every day, it's good to take a refresher like this at least once a year just to make sure. Make sure there's not any new information or techniques that you may have missed since, last time you took a class.
One thing I love is right here locally in Tautuaa is Get Some, which is a indoor shooting range. Tuesday nights is ladies' night. So you can go in and shoot. And Jared, you've been so great to help me and my friends actually try out all the pistols that they had for concealed carry. And then, it was such a fun thing to figure out what is comfortable, what reloads, and, all the different mechanics of each firearm and how it feels in the hand and how you do with it, what kind of sights it has. And then they sell firearms there. So if you do find something you love, I know that other places around the county also sell firearms. We are a well-armed county, that's for sure. And guys, this world and where we're at and what we're facing, the last thing you want to do is have to worry about the safety of your kids or yourself. We're in a different world now. I think this is just one more tool to add to your arsenal of individual ideals and protections. And the government gets out of your way. What happens if they can't be there to protect you? Not my favorite saying, but the most real is, when seconds matter, police are only minutes away.
Yep. Well, not to mention, this open border, how many people who wish ill will on this nation and its populace has come through that southern border.
It's true.
You know, you
And
could
they're
have
everywhere.
divisions of.
They're not just in the big cities. They are sporadically placed around the United States by design. And Colorado has actually sent a couple thousand to Utah via plane.
Yes, and also in Philadelphia and Chicago, they arrested. What was it? They arrested something like 9 people with terrorist ties. 2 weeks ago, that came through the southern border.
And these are ISIS ties.
Yeah,
these aren't even like they're not Hamas. They're ISIS. Yeah,
so just I think everyone needs to get armed. Everyone needs to get capable. And like Jonathan Hurley did, you need to take your self-defense at least into your own hands. And then if you are capable, extend that out to others. So everyone do that.
And that reminds me, I would love to get a time with you where I get my kids out. They're both old enough to understand safety, and I would like to have them learning. And even if I have them learning on a Byrna, to start, I want them, especially my daughter, as she's growing up, I want her to always feel like she's in charge of her own destiny and safety. And not only am I teaching her, these are moments you need to always be self-aware of your surroundings. It's a terrible reality, but that's, as women, we are just used to that, having to be hyper aware of what's around us. And, don't be on the phone while you're walking to your vehicle if you can help it. And pay attention to where your children are. Pay attention to your surroundings at all times, even in a busy parking lot, especially when it's a dark parking lot and it's not busy. But you just need to start looking at and teaching your girls. It's a truth. It's a reality that we have to look at. Now, I was raised by law enforcement officers, so it was probably double taught in my home. And to be a daughter amongst a lot of sons, you kind of get used to having your protection around you. But eventually, even going to college, I know a lot of things happen on campuses that are dangerous for young ladies, and they need to be able to protect themselves. And in Utah, they can.
Yes, they can. And in Utah, there's only one college campus that doesn't allow you to carry.
Right.
BYU. Other than that, the state of Utah has extended your self-defense into its public schools. So, I don't know. I think of it as, I don't have any daughters, but I have nieces, and I want them to stay safe and be safe and everything else.
Hey, and I just have to say, O'Malley May is such a tiny, cute, petite, gorgeous woman, but she is such a force. Like, she is bigger than life, and she's got a lot of wonderful principles that she talks about during this course. This course isn't just to learn to shoot.
Yeah, I feel bad for the guy who tries to disrupt Valerie's little life right now, because she would put the hurt on him.
She's a giant, and this course is so much more than just the gun safety and learning how to carry. It is a mindset. It is a evolving mindset that you realize your independence, your liberty is so important, that it's more than just being able to carry. It's being able to have the confidence in your carry, and it's also being confident that you can take care of your littles, and you can take care of those around you. So, I mean, I highly, highly recommend this course. You will not be disappointed. You will leave fully more confident than
you will be tired and hot. It's 20 hours in the hot sun. Someone asked, how does BYU get away with not allowing guns?
Private school.
Yep. It's a
They
private
don't
school.
take federal dollars, and so it's private property. That's how other schools can say this is a gun-free zone, and that actually in a public school you're not allowed to constitutionally carry in gun-free zones that are marked. Your concealed carry though is allowed, isn't that right?
No. If it's
That's what
labeled
Don't
as a
ask,
gun-free zone, you're not allowed to carry there at all.
and I
In the
would not.
state of Utah, we are constitutional carry. But what that means is if you're going to enter a private property that is not labeled gun-free, you have to obtain permission.
But
If
elementary
you are,
schools aren't private, right? They're
what's
public.
that?
How do elementary and junior highs and high schools
Those are state schools.
gun-free zones?
In Utah, they don't.
Okay.
In Utah, they don't. Now, in the state of Utah, constitutional carry means that you can carry concealed anywhere that is public. And if you're going to carry into private, you must first obtain permission. Like if you're going to carry into Walmart, technically you're supposed to gain permission. If you are a concealed carry permit holder, you can carry into Walmart. You can carry anywhere that's public and private that is not posted as no guns.
Gotcha. So O'Malley asked, how does she get away with it? And then she says that's going to, oh, by the way, hi, O'Malley. Your ears must have been burning.
Yeah, we gave out your phone number. Enjoy.
Hi, Julie. Julie.
She says that's going to open them up for lawsuits. Yes, it easily could. It depends on, I mean, if a circumstance happens, it definitely could become a situation.
But
that
hey,
would be an interesting lawsuit to see.
University of Utah was open to lawsuits when that young lady was killed on campus because they weren't doing enough to protect her.
Yeah, she had called. That was that girl where the guy was. Yeah. She was from Washington, right?
Yeah. And she had done everything right. She had followed police, to a T. And they actually, if you see the documentary or the Dateline episode, I'm not sure. Was her name Lauren something?
I can't remember. I think her last name was Anderson, though.
She would have been well to do if she'd had a firearm.
Oh, yes.
Well within her right to carry on the University of Utah campus.
Oh,
and they ended up
yes.
doing a huge they ended up getting rid of their chief. They ended up putting a lot of officers because she had done everything right. And sometimes a protective order isn't worth the paper it's printed on.
No. And look, the only time a protective order works is if the person the protective order is against isn't a total sleazy dirtbag.
You're a psychopath.
Yeah. So what happened with that is she reported to the police, and the police's policy was to treat it like, for lack of a better word, a high school lover's pat.
Yeah.
Where it should have been taken serious like a stalker situation.
Because this guy had a history, and he was going by a false identity, but he had a history of sexual assault and prior situations with women, and he'd gone to prison. And so he was a bad character, but the police didn't know that. And the background check didn't investigate him to the length to know we're not just dealing with a boyfriend and girlfriend fight.
Yeah.
He was
a stalker. He's a creepy stalker.
Well, he's dead now.
Yeah. Didn't he kill himself?
Yeah, he unalived himself.
Yes.
We got to stay with YouTube standards, right?
Is that how it goes?
I think so.
All right. But anyway, everyone give Mallory a call. There's still openings in the class. She's on the horn right now, and she might say, wait, it's too late. But you know what? We're doing it again anyway. But if you want to attend the class and you're anywhere close to Salt Lake or Tooele or Provo, you'd be able to make it there easy. The number's 801-228-7067.
Okay.
And,
so I want to first, before we go on, her name was Lauren McCluskey.
Lauren McCluskey.
Yes.
Okay.
And she was murdered by her ex-boyfriend on the university campus. And it was probably the pinnacle of getting these kids to be able to carry, and really enforced it. He shot and killed her, unalived her, and then unalived himself after. And Mallory, since you're on, why don't you put your phone number in the comments for anybody who wants to reach out to you?
Yes.
Because we cannot stress that this class is worth every second.
And if you don't seek this one, seek a class. If you're going to carry a firearm, seek some kind of training with it. Even if you just go to YouTube, gain some proficiency with it, it'll make you safer. And I mean, you're never 100% safe, but it'll make you safer, more proficient.
It was University of Utah, O'Malley, University of Utah campus. And she puts very often the very act of getting a protective order makes the perp commit an act of violence. Guys, this is real. Protective orders are hard because once you get it and this person gets served, now you've put them on high alert. And sometimes they have they ask that the firearms get locked up for this order, so that if you are someone who owns a firearm and someone did this order against you, this can affect your life in really huge ways. Now, it's usually a temporary scenario, but depending on a court case, which you will show up to and hopefully fight if it's an order that isn't fair or isn't warranted. But that very order sometimes makes you a target, and you should be able to file this order without being afraid. But I know personally, it just makes you more nervous because you don't know if this is going to send someone over the edge or not.
For sure. They might come over to your house right then and want to argue with you about it.
Yeah. So,
yeah.
Just to have the ability to protect yourself. So her phone number is in the comments, everybody. So if you are interested in reaching out, text her and just find out the details about the class, what you need for the class, what you don't need. And I mean, this is happening tomorrow and Sunday, and there are more in the future.
It's happening pretty quick. It happens every month. There's a class. And so, I mean, I know it's a lot to sign up for a 20-hour course the night of, and we should have advertised this last week, but that's my fault.
We did. That's how I found out, is we talked about it last week.
Oh, yeah. But we should advertise it more. And I plan on taking some video this weekend if I can, so that we can show some videos of what to expect. Also, Dave, the old host of the show, Dave, that now Holly is the new Dave. The surgery went well.
Yeah.
Everything's fantastic. Humana. But Dave has started a company down there in Florida. It's called Better Call Dave. And he's got a special on build your own crypto coin. So if you're looking to build a cryptocurrency, you start your own thing. The special, it's $3,500. If you want to start that, just get a hold of me. I'll send you a link right to Dave so that you can get a hold of him. This is the ad he sent me, and he did not send me. I don't know if he has a business contact for this or not, but what we will do is we'll forward that on to them. So if you're interested in building your own cryptocurrency, like a Holly coin or I don't know, whatever, get a hold of Dave.
Crypto. I would love Crowley Crypto.
Crowley Crypto. There we go.
It would be so cool because if you start it, I'm just curious how that all works. Like, how do you market your coin? How do you get it on an exchange area where you're selling it? We need Dave on the show to explain this. As one of our advertisers, we should have him on.
Yeah, we'll have to reach out to him, have him come on sometime. But he does more than just that. That's his special for building crypto. He also does a website builder there. So get a hold of him. If you have any of your kind of internet needs, get a hold of Dave, talk to him. He can give you a list and what he has to offer. But if you need to get a hold of Dave, because he didn't include if he has a separate number, and I don't want to give his number out just yet, just get a hold of me or Holly. We'll forward you on to Dave and get you in touch with him. But yeah, Dave is, he's getting his internet services business or his online services business is kicked off the ground. So,
and just send a message to Political Head Trauma.
yeah,
one of us will get back to you quickly, Dave especially.
Yeah, and Dave's still on there. He's still an admin. He can check those messages. But and I don't know. That'd be kind of cool if someone around here started their own cryptocurrency.
And he can actually help people interested in Bitcoin as well, right?
Yeah, Dave can
set about crypto.
Dave can get you started on crypto. He's given classes teaching people how to use it, how to buy it, where to buy it, how to do all that. Dave is knee deep if you're looking at Bitcoin or Doge or Ethereum or any of that. He can give you a heads up on all that and let you know where to go to look into that.
I wouldn't be angry if Doge went over 50,000 a coin. Woo!
Instead of like 30 coins for a penny, 50,000 a coin, that'd be wild.
We would be doing the show from Bora Bora, at least one of our stops.
Oh, Bora Bora.
Don't worry, I'd bring you along.
Hey, I'm up. I'm ready for that.
I'll bring you and Katie along. Beach. We'll do it from a tiny little private little hub on top of the ocean. I can think of worse things in life.
Oh, so today we've got a guest coming on. Let me pull up his name. I want to make sure I get it right.
Wait, did you get our other guest? Did you get a reply from the AG's office?
Nope, I haven't got a reply there yet.
Okay, well, I'll reach out.
Okay.
If you sent a link, did you have the link sent?
I sent the link to you. You'll probably have to send it on to him because he didn't have there wasn't an email included in there. And are you
sharing the link you're referring to is the one that I'm on now?
Yes.
Copy.
Yes.
Sorry, I'm used to be on my game. Copy that.
So we got Charlie. It's Tautuaa. It's a Polynesian name, but he's got a phonetics in there to help me out. Tautuaa. So we're excited to talk to him. He's running for governor. He should be jumping on here in just a minute. That'll be a good one. We'll chat with him. And then if he doesn't come on, there is a lot to talk about in the news because we haven't talked about news in a couple of weeks. Stuff going on in the DPRK. We never really chatted about Hunter being found guilty. There's just so much going on, and I don't know. And then, of course, there's just general election stuff. Yeah.
Oh, is there? I haven't noticed. Are we in the middle of a primary?
Not to lead off too much, but what do you think is going to happen? Do you think the Democrats are going to keep Biden on the ticket?
The debate is in a week. I'm so interested. I never thought they would do a debate, so I'm not holding my breath that something last minute won't come up. But the way he performs in this debate will be extremely telling. I don't know how many drugs they can pump him full of to give his performance, but the rules of the debate are really interesting. And I was surprised that Trump agreed to it, but I also think it will help him. I don't think the Democrats thought it would help him. But for example, when one is speaking, the other is muted. Trump has a tendency to speak over people, and that gives him this bully, whatever they say about him. He's a bully, yada, yada. Well, if he's muted, it just gives Biden more time to talk.
Yeah, don't interrupt him when he's making a mistake like he did at their last debate.
And I also think, the debate is going to be geared towards, I mean, it usually is towards that other party, but I think it's so important to see the vast difference between an 80-year-old or what is he, 83? Is he 80?
I thought it was one of them's 100 and one's 140.
And one's 77. So 76, Trump is 76, 77. They're not that far apart in age.
No.
But their mental capacity is so obviously different. I'm excited the debate will at least show that. And they're not going to be able to say it's a deep fake like the media is saying right now, what you saw with Biden over the weekend, that's all deep fake. It's like they're telling you it's not happening. What you see is not real. And it takes me back to 1984, the book, where they will tell you not to believe anything you see right in front of your eyes. And it's all by design. They're telling you it's not real. Oh, well, he went over and talked to the guy on the parachute. For those of you that don't know, during the summit, and he was supposed to be doing a photo op, but he wanders over to talk to a guy that had just parachuted in or something. And the press is telling you he was going to talk to that guy. Well, okay, why did he wander? And it was right before they were all doing their photo shoot, and they had to go gather him and then move towards him to do the photo shoot. It's laughable at this point.
Yeah.
Why are you telling us what we are seeing for ourselves is not really happening?
Look, it's how do I put this?
Delicately.
They're really trying to tell us that what we are not seeing, or that what we are seeing is not real. And it's going on. It's fantastic. We're in the greatest timeline. Never before have you been able to see a U.S. president mumble so much on live TV. And imagine if he did the live shows as much as Trump did. What am I trying to say? The
press conferences.
Yeah, the press conferences as much as Trump did. Imagine what that would look like.
As many as Trump has done.
No, but imagine, because Trump was on one at least once a week.
Oh, he was almost once a day.
They would shovel Trump
script. He wasn't reading the teleprompter.
He didn't care. He would just go out there and talk about what happened. Biden might get on one every, 3 or 4 months, and they're always a mumble fest, especially at the end.
Oh, yeah. And he has to be walked off every single stage. People, every single stage. And I think we're watching elderly abuse in real time. This feels so wrong to me.
Obama went from the president to an elder care person. Did you see that where Obama took him by the arm and guided him?
And then the back of the back, and then his arm, and was guiding him off the stage.
Oh.
It would be laughable if it wasn't so sad. It's just gotten sad, and the fact they're telling you what you're seeing isn't real.
Yeah.
You have to, okay, it's not real, then show me the original. Show me. They don't have any originals to show you to prove that this wasn't a deep fake. It's so ridiculous. It's 1984. They're doing it in lockstep. Which he wrote that book in 1944?
Yeah, 40 something.
And he could have no idea what technology would look like in 80 years. And in the 80s, when they came out, and people were, again, they've talked about it quite a bit, but in the 80s, when they're like, 1984 is coming. In the 80s, we didn't have an idea of what technology would look like.
No, we didn't.
It's just like Atlas Shrugged. When that was written, it was so many years ago. And yet the relevancy to today's world is incredible. And if you haven't read 1984 or Atlas Shrugged, I would read it.
I don't know. I think it's more Demolition Man, where they want to have everything like safety barriers all around you, and everyone's kind of, I don't know. Have you seen Demolition Man?
Years and years ago.
Yeah. It's all the main guy tries building this safety, super safe world where there's no threats to your life, and Taco Bell is the only restaurant out there.
Well, it's Idiocracy. You seen that?
Now that is where it's at.
Yeah.
That is the one.
Guys, if you haven't seen Idiocracy, it's kind of a big kid show.
What's his name?
Littles.
President Mountain Dew, Chimichanga Camacho, I think.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
But just watch that show. I think you can get it on Amazon for $3 or something.
I think you can watch it on YouTube for free right now.
It was meant to be a comedy, which has now come full circle to where it's more like a documentary. What our future is headed towards.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, and then, but we've got more to talk about after we're done talking with Charlie, because I think Biden's ineptness is leading into a lot of world problems that they just keep popping up. Every week there's a new country popping off and doing something crazy. You know,
true.
I don't know. I mean, you heard about what the DPRK was doing, didn't you?
No, what's the DPRK?
North Korea.
Okay, why didn't we just say that then?
Oh.
Why do you got to be fancy?
Because I like the way they call themselves.
The Republic? The Republic?
The Democratic People's Republic of North Korea. And they're literally a empire of sycophants built on one family. And they call them the Democratic People's Republic.
How about the Republic of Iraq? Remember what the USSR was? Everybody uses the word republic.
Well, republic can mean that. Republic, actually, technically, those are all republics because they're representative people from the public. But
Banana Republic.
North Korea calls itself a democrat.
They're anointed. They're not elected.
They're not only that, you're born into it. It's hereditary in Korea. At one time, that was a big argument they had in Korea when Kim Il-sung was dying about whether it'd be hereditary, and it went right to it. But he had started grooming Kim Jong-il to take over before he died. He made it that way.
Yep.
Almost tore Korea, but almost tore the DPRK apart.
Oh, it's horrible.
What?
That they almost tore it apart.
I know. I know. It's crazy.
Between North and South Korea, because you got to talk about that.
The difference?
No, the argument with North Korea is flying balloons of waste into South Korea.
Yeah, they were filling up.
Because South Korea was doing dumps of little USB cards that had K-pop music.
Yep.
And
soap operas.
Information. And yeah, they were trying to get it to the people. And North Korea said, that's an act of war. And we're retaliating, and we're only going to get worse if you don't stop it.
So
they've sent hundreds and hundreds of pounds of garbage and feces over the border in balloons onto South Korea. You guys, you can't make this stuff up. This is
when crazy. I was there in the 90s, I used to like to go wander around the countryside and pick up the dropped leaflets. North Korea would drop leaflets. They were usually about the size of a playing card that had a cartoon on it and writing in Korean. And it usually had a GI, either a GI abusing a Korean or a Korean victoriously beating a GI, a US soldier. And it was propaganda that North Korea would drop on South Korea, and they'd usually get it there by balloon or however. And I used to like to wander around and collect them. I thought they were pretty cool. I lost them all in a move after I'd gotten out of the Army, but I wish I still had those. Those were cool.
True.
Hundreds of them. And it was, you could tell how far behind technologically they were by just those leaflets. They were like, I don't know, you could tell they were made with Vietnam era technology when it was the 90s and we had computers and word processors.
Yeah, we're in a different world, and we've so rapidly gone from 0 to 60 in the technology realm that it's scary, it's amazing. It's made our times and things easy, but it's also made us weaker, I think.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Information age, and yet we don't know so much.
Well, we'll get into this after he comes on, because boy, this is a deep conversation. But yeah, they talk about there's two things that you can see from space. You can see Israel's stark contrast with its surrounding countries because Israel irrigates. And you can see the border between North and South Korea. And they're like, you can actually physically see those at night, the border, because South Korea is all lit up and has electricity, and North Korea is dark. And you can see the same difference between North Korea and China. And that just tells you that it's, granted, North Korea had a couple natural disasters that set them back, but a sycophantic communism just can't survive. It just cannot. It doesn't offer human flourishing. And that's why they just live like that. They just starve. They eat second harvest. You know what second harvest is?
No.
I don't want to be the one to tell you then.
Thank you.
It's really gross.
Okay. Well,
But yeah.
Is our guest here yet?
Nope, not yet. As soon as he gets here, I'll pull him on.
Running for governor.
Yeah. And then I'm excited to talk about the libertarian that's running for governor. I'll be reaching out to him in a week. That'll be interesting. Although the Libertarian Party, what are they doing? This Chase Oliver, he's really made a split. I'm telling you, Chase Oliver, he may as well be running for Donald Trump, running to get Donald Trump elected.
He's actually running, but he's running negatively against Trump.
Yeah, but he'll help Trump.
Driving votes to go to, to actually would actually end up hurting the Democrats.
Yeah, the votes he peels away. The libertarians. I don't know. I wonder if Angela McArdle is playing 3D chess. Right?
Sure. Definitely. Oh, everybody is right now, right?
She's the head of the Libertarian Party. She's a Libertarian chair. And she's the one who got Donald Trump to give the speech at the convention. So I don't know, maybe. All right, Charlie's here right now. We're going to try to pull him in. Charlie, can you hear us? Oh, and he jumped right back out.
I think you pronounced that Tautuaa.
Sure. I'm going to ask him again. He sent me a phonetic pronouncement guide.
Pronunciation.
Yes, but I
Cough
am an
medicine.
IQ 47 moron, and so I'm not even smart enough to read that. So, I think he's back.
Sorry about that.
Oh, you're
Can
all
you hear me?
right, Charlie. You there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me okay?
We can hear you. Do you have a camera, or are we going without a picture right now?
Let's just go with the picture right now. I haven't put my makeup on.
Okay. Oh, well.
We don't even
Dang
have a
it.
picture of you, Charlie. Hi, I'm Holly.
Hey,
You're
Holly.
just on the screen. And how do you pronounce your last name? Is it Tautuaa? Oh, he'll have to reload.
He jumped right back out. Well, I'm going to go ahead and share his picture real quick so people know what he looks like. All right, and he's back in again. Maybe. We'll see.
That's a great picture.
Yeah, that is a good looking picture. Charlie, you there?
Yes, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All righty.
Okay. So, how do you pronounce your last name, Charlie?
Tautuaa.
Tautuaa? Okay.
I'll take it.
Tautuaa.
All right. Say it one more time.
Tautuaa.
Tautuaa. All right, cool. That's a cool last name. All right, everyone, this is Charlie. Charlie is running as an independent for the governor of Utah, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, so tell us about it. What do you want to run for? What do you want to do? Why do you want to take on that awful job?
Well, someone's got to do it. And I just think that the parties, the Republican and the Democratic Party.
Oh. Okay. I'm telling you, who do you think it was? Do you think it was big Democrat or big Republican that kicked him off?
Oh, you know who. The deep state.
They turned on HARP. Damn it. That's what they're doing to us. They turned it on.
But he looks like a young guy.
He really does. He really does. How would it be to get a young guy in there? Maybe some fresh ideas.
It would be nice.
Yes.
Would it work better if you call me in instead of streaming?
Oh, we could do that.
I don't know. Well, the streaming generally works better. Our call guy,
oh yeah,
he's not in right now. We could try it though. I've just got to figure out how to do it because the guy who usually does the calling, he's managing somebody else's campaign for senator, I think. So he's been missing. He's disappeared on us. But we could try that.
What do you want to do? Put your phone up against the mic, give it its own mic.
Well, I've also got Bluetooth here.
Well, sorry guys who are paying attention
Yes.
at home. This has never been an issue, and thank you for being patient with us as we learn from this, because usually we have our call screener who can help guide us through so we can still continue with the show and go on and let him stress about it. But poor Jared, home with cough medicine and the flu. Is it the flu, Jared?
I don't know what it is. It's something. Let me
sharing your screen with us. My goodness, that's
it's a bold move.
That's like Russian roulette.
That's what happened to okay, I got his number now. We'll see if we can. All right. Do you hear that?
I can hear it. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And I just found that when I looked up the Tooele County Clerk, it used to be TooeleCounty.org. They have just changed their website to TooeleCounty.gov. And it's probably the worst timing ever. County Clerk knows that. I'm sharing the link on the Tooele County GOP pages. But if you have any questions about polling locations or box locations, where the drop boxes are, or just times and postmarks and how you get your ballots in, go to tooeleco.gov.
All right.
That info.
Charlie, can you hear us?
Yes, sir, I can, and I hope this one works better.
Okay. This might work better. Does everyone hear it all right? Do you hear it all right, Holly?
It's a little bit quiet. Can you get it close to?
Yeah, try that out now. All right, Charlie, go ahead and tell us why you want to run.
So I only moved into the U.S. around 2008, and I've watched as the Republican Party and the Democratic Party fought over who runs the state better. And I feel like it's time to hand it back over to the people, because these two parties are causing more damage than they are any good. And I've even served in the military and in law enforcement, and I've watched as those who follow orders for a living, are being torn apart by people who don't know how to live the military lifestyle or law enforcement lifestyle. So more or less, I joined to help out my brothers and sisters in arms get a better leader up there who understands what they're going through at the ground level of what makes America great.
I agree. So, where was you in the military?
Thank you for your service in both, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you for paying your taxes.
So, where was you in the military?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
Where were you in the military?
Mostly stationed around Utah, up in Fort Douglas, battalion up in Fort Douglas, and then down in a company level down in Provo.
What unit? 96 or?
96 and 1991.
Okay. All right. And then you're also in law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. So, what are some of the things you would like to do? You get elected governor. What are some of the changes you want to make?
In regards to
just everything, kind of your biggest points you'd like to change.
Two of the biggest points I would like to change is making every hospital a VA hospital, accessible to veterans, law enforcement who go through hard times, dark times, that they don't have to call the VA office to talk to someone. They can walk into any hospital nearby their house, despite the cost, the distance. They can walk in there and receive the help they get and reduce the number of suicide in our service members.
Well, that's outstanding. That is a good idea. I like that.
The other thing I wanted to change about Utah is reduce the influence of religion in our government. I'm not talking about taking God out of our government. I'm talking about reducing the influence of religion in the freedom of the people.
How would you go about doing that?
Stop implementing laws that respects the Mormon faith Okay, so for example, we have a lot of fighting on what can happen or cannot happen over public facilities. In schools, you can't have the Bible. You can have the Bible. What I want to implement is any public facilities, including schools, hospitals, post office, we will remain neutral. Yes, we all believe in a God, but you do not bring out your pride or your Mormonism or your Catholicism. You don't hang up a cross, a Book of Mormon. The government is to remain neutral in order to respect both religious and non-religious people here in Utah.
I like that. I am not a religious person myself. I do think that it would be, well, right now there's an argument going on. They just argued to hang the 10 Commandments in schools. I saw a teacher friend of mine post about it, and it started an argument on Facebook about it. I wonder the intricacies of how do you implement something like that?
Well, there's
See, we
courtrooms
don't-
all over the country that have 10 Commandments in many courtrooms still, because they used to be just, I mean, what are they? They're essentially good moral codes to live by, and they
Well,
don't
7 of them are.
particular.
They are. They are good moral codes, but not everyone lives by them. We're not all Christians.
Right, but
We
you
can't-
shouldn't kill, you shouldn't steal, you shouldn't. I mean, these are just basically our laws.
It's
Here's an example. Okay? The Pledge of Allegiance. It mentions God. It mentions God, but it doesn't say the God that gave the 10 Commandments. If I'm Hinduism, I don't believe in that God. If I'm a Muslim, I don't believe in that God. I have my own standards of belief. So if we bring the Pledge of Allegiance back into our schools, our government offices, it's not dictating which God that you are under. It's just saying one nation under God.
You guys want to hear an interesting fact? The Pledge of Allegiance was written in, I want to say 1903, if I remember off the top of my head. And it didn't mention God. God didn't get added until 52 or 57 under Dwight D. Eisenhower during the Cold War. So I think you could go back to the original one and just leave God out.
It's just, like I said, remain neutral across the board for every government-run facility. When it
I
comes
like
to
that.
private sectors, like private schools, private buildings, private hospital, whatever, you can do whatever you want. You can put up your 10 Commandments, you can put up a cross if you so please, but in every government building, it is to remain neutral. We don't pick sides. We don't choose God or not God, or favor Christianity and not those who have any beliefs. We need to remain neutral when it comes to deciding the laws and deciding what to fight for in regards to equality of people.
Well, I would like to mention that the Constitution mentions God, Bill of Rights mentions God, so it's not so far-fetched that the Pledge of Allegiance would also. And that God doesn't mean an LDS God or a Muslim God. It just means a higher power that gives us our rights, not government. And the right to religion, I don't think you remove God at all. I think the right to religion and God can be decided on however you like. Some people think God is nature. Some people think that God is the Almighty. But either way, it's a higher power. And the whole Constitution was about preserving the right to believe or to not believe. But your rights come not from government, but from that higher power, whether you believe in it or not.
But isn't that what freedom of religion is? To worship God all, where, or what we may?
Absolutely. But when it's in your Bill of Rights and the whole makeup of our republic under that ideology, to remove it, to me, seems pretty crazy. Because when you start telling the government that you can't have God in the public, in the spaces, in the courtrooms, when even just words like the 10 Commandments, you're leaving.
No.
Well, who gives us our rights then?
I'm not saying to remove God. I'm saying to remove religion. God remains the epicenter of the world. If we believe in God, that is going to be the center of every belief system here in Utah. I'm not saying, hey, I don't want your God in this building or his God in this building. No, I don't want your religion in this building. I want everyone to worship God, who their God is, however they worship him or her, but it is not forced through religion.
Right. And
I'm not going to worship the God. Sorry, go ahead.
I get that, and especially in Utah, because a lot of people, I'm not LDS, but I'm a Christian, and I get that the perception. But I'm curious how the 10 Commandments hurt being up in a public school, because it doesn't follow any religion. Those 10 Commandments are just documented historical people from hundreds of years, thousands of years ago that wrote down his word.
Well, the first 3 commandments definitely do.
See, the 10 Commandments, the Bible, and all religious books can stay in the school library. And students would have the freedom to look into it or not look into it. But we shouldn't be forcing it on others to see it and believe it. That's what freedom is. Freedom is allowing people to do it their way as long as it is within the boundaries of the law. You can't say, hey, you have freedom of religion, but you must believe God this way. These are his commandments. These are his books. You understand where I'm coming from?
Sure.
I do. I theoretically, I love the idea of turning our education centers, especially our schools, those are hot button, back into places where they solely educate. And right now there is a lot of argument back and forth about who gets to do what indoctrination in what school. And that argument does come from both sides. So I like the idea. I would like to see a layout of how to implement it. I think that's where it would get complicated.
That would start by reducing the power and authority of school districts. Because we have given the school district so much power and authority, they are now fighting against what the government bodies want. And we cannot protect our children if you have a secondary government system that says, no, this is our jurisdiction, you stay in yours. We need to put the school districts back into their place and tell them, no, you fall under the government. And we will protect the rights of the people, the rights of the children, everyone's right to decide whether they want to look into those things, they want to study those things. But you can't just say, oh, I'm a school district, I'm going to tax you however much I want to tax, I'm going to teach you what I want you to learn, and you're going to be good with it.
Can you give me an example of those situations?
Situations of
where the school district has overstepped and disobeyed the government.
Not necessarily disobeyed, but let's look at taxes for a second. You know, we are already taxed by the city, by the state, by the federal government, and then we have this other entity that wants to tax the people as well, and they have free range. They can decide how much they tax the people as long as it's not more than this percentage. And because of that, they tax every single person, whether you have kids or you don't have kids, or you have kids that go to public schools or have kids that don't go to public school, you are taxed the same. So where is the fairness in that?
That is a tough call, yeah. Well,
I've looked at school districts across Utah, and every school district has at least 500 to 1,000 individuals making 6 figures a year, excluding benefits. Why are you taxing the people to pay for your luxury life when we can cut your budget, your pay, and you can stop sitting behind a desk doing nothing and actually put that money into helping the student. That's where I don't understand why the state government cannot reach in and say, hey, this is too much tax. This is overspending. This is unnecessary spending. The state can't do that. They can't do that without the school districts fighting back.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I see where you're coming now.
So I'm curious, you don't have to say like exactly, but are you currently a police officer?
Am I currently a police officer?
Uh-huh.
No, I have since given up the babysitting job.
Or my babysitting job. My father was involved with the FOP for many years before he passed away. And so my heart is especially close to law enforcement. My dad did 40 years. My brother currently is in law enforcement. And it is not an easy job, especially now. And Utah is probably one of the best states to be a law enforcement officer in. I think we have a great community. A lot of people are good to our officers. And, you know, it's a little bit different than, say, the East Coast. But I'm curious if you see an opportunity of where the state can be better at treating our law enforcement officers, either with their retirement or with current pay, or maybe with, I don't know, safety measures and stuff that they need. Do you see anything there?
Yes. So when I was in law enforcement, I saw a lot of old blood. And what I mean by that is bad history that has been carried through from time of racism and all the authority figure. I am the law. I tell you what to do, you do it. And the problem with that is we bring in new recruits, we train them, and we throw them right into that muck. And we continue to have that mentality that people hate. And we cannot, how do you say it? We cannot give them that respect if that's what they're being trained to do. What we need to do is clean out the police system, have them abide by a higher standard of practice, and they will earn the respect that the people really want to give them but don't want to give them because we've had these many negative experiences with them.
Okay.
One example is unmarked vehicles. Unmarked vehicles, the law is to serve and protect, not sit and hunt and try and find people who are breaking the law. You're supposed to be the beacon of light in the dark. Anyone who's going to commit the law, break the law, they see a police vehicle, they're not going to break it. So why do you as a law enforcement officer have to sneak around in an unmarked vehicle? That loses my respect to authority figure, to the figure of what serve and protecting means.
Yeah, I get that.
We could also get into the discussion of federal law enforcement and their actions as of late with the no-knock warrants Jared and I have discussed many, many times without involving local law enforcement, and the federal overreach that is happening in our FBI, ATF, IRS, for example. There's a lot of overreach there where it's sneaking in the dead of night or early morning and needs to be addressed. We need to protect our officers and we need to protect our community.
Yeah.
The problem about federal overreach is they can only reach as far as the governor lets them reach.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of, it's just the federal government thinking they own everything and they'll do whatever they want. No, the federal government can only operate according to what the governor lets them do. The federal government does not have a state. The governor has the state. And if we can move from the mentality that federal government owns the whole United States, then we'll be able to stand our ground in telling them, no, you can't do this.
Our legislature has actually, you're talking about sovereignty, and our legislator, as of last session, just put a bill in, Scott Sandel, that won regarding using state sovereignty against the federal government on many different issues of that. And you're dead on. We'll only take what we can take. Governor Abbott showed that. We're done being the bad guys about this whole border thing. We're going to show these blue states what it's actually like. And he made a huge impact on this election that's upcoming because of that decision. So you're absolutely right.
We just need a governor with a backbone. That's all. Who can actually represent the people to the federal government and say, no, we will not have that happen.
Yeah.
Yes, we get a lot of funding from the federal government to help out with the state, but we as a state need to fix what's going on here in our state, the useless spending. That way we don't have to rely on the federal government to give us money, and we can slowly push them out.
Do you think Utah has the ability to push them out and stand on its own 2 feet financially? Do you think that we have the ability, or that people would be apt to give up or sacrifice in the name of sovereignty and maybe do without the federal education money or any of this COVID money that was brought in, or these different loans that are going out to individuals that give ties to the federal government? Do you think that we are a state that could do that?
As a state alone, as Utah alone, no, we cannot. And that's what, I'm not naming Phil for this particular reason. Phil Lyman, he wants to push the federal government out of Utah. But if you do it alone, there's a lot of repercussion that will cause damage to people who are actually being employed by the federal government. And we don't have the control or the funds to cater to that. My plan was, we have Texas, who's already on the fence with the federal government. Why not team up with Texas? Why not team up with other states to push back on the federal government and make them feel the struggles we're going through because of their actions?
And Governor Cox is Governor Cox this year has actually shown that by going to the border and standing with Abbott and vowing to take on at least immigration and make sure that it is documented that Utah is not a what do they call it, sanctuary state,
sovereign sanctuary state.
Yeah, so I'm curious if I mean, is that just a start, or do we need to just become sovereign with other states? Like, how do you see that working? We already kind of support Texas, at least publicly.
The big problem is that we're depending on work with other states. We can become what the federal government is without the needing of the federal government. Personally, I feel like should have not gone down to the border. They should have given Governor Abbott that trust to handle the borders. He has no reason to be down there whatsoever. He has no reason to send troops or law enforcement down to Abbott. If I were the governor, I would have said, hey, what do you need help with financially? What do you need help with that we can build the border? Do you want us to ship down containers of barbed wire fence? That's how you show support. Not showing up and walking around and go, oh yeah, that's true. And you come back to your own state and you can't do anything from here. That $500,000 he spent on his personal home security, that could have gone down to the south. Governor Abbott could have used that to provide meals for his National Guards for the hard work they've done. That's how you support someone who knows what they're doing. And I think Governor Abbott already knows what he's doing. He doesn't need another governor to come down there and tell him, oh, we should do it this way or we should do it that way.
Okay, and Mally May says Abbott and Cox put on a nice show, but that's all it was. This is one of our commenters. And it's easy to publicly say, I don't like that, and continue to do nothing to stop that. And David Weiss says, if you don't force them to pay for their own tickets back to Mexico, then I have to pay it as a tax slave. So these are just comments coming in during our interview here. And she mentions, is Cox turning back the buses from Colorado? No, he's sending the immigrants back that are flying in. No, and that's it. A lot of them are getting sent by other governors to our state and by airplane, so they're not getting even bussed in. And our state is starting to feel the repercussions. And, you know, rather than, you're right, let's send resources to the borders to help them lock it down while standing, I think, beside them, saying you have our support, because in the end of the day, it's going to affect all of us. But it also can't be something you do during an election year. It's something you have to live. You have to be leading by example and consistent with the message.
Leading by example is completely different from lip servicing. And that's what I see a lot with politicians today. It's lip service.
That's fair. That is fair.
If I were to help fix what's going on with our borders, I would start by deploying the National Guards to where federal governments are failing. The TSA, private airports. I would send them down to where where immigrants would come through. Because we already know that the federal government won't do anything. The governor has that authority, that power to say, hey, National Guards, we're going to activate you. It's time to defend our borders. And if we can defend our borders and we have more resources, yeah, we can reach out and further defend other states who are trying to prevent same thing from happening.
Yeah, I agree. Jared, what are your thoughts?
I do think that if there's going to be a sea change in the direction that we're headed, you would have to have multiple states do it. I think automatically you'd have to get Texas and Florida on board. Those are the two big red states. Those are the most populous red states. And you would have to do it as conjunction with other states, of course.
Sorry.
Everyone knows I'm a big 10th Amendment guy. I think the 10th Amendment is the one we need to lean on right now if we want to get, if we want to keep this empire, republic, nation, whatever you want to call it, if we want to keep it moving, I think we need to lean into the 10th Amendment. And I think we've gone drastically away from that. How we do it, that's the tough one. That there's a lot of beans in that jar to count.
Well, I've always said that if we had 50 governors like DeSantis or Kristi Noem, and the way they run their states, the federal government would be obsolete. 50 governors who look at their sovereignty, but also look at going back to taking care of their people to the point where all states are self-sufficient. The federal government doesn't have the power they have right now. But you have to give up a lot. Like, you have to give up a lot.
Yeah.
And that's where we need to start with here. We need to start here in Utah, fix things up, have control of the finances, the people tax, and we will be able to move out from there. We can't turn around and attack the federal government right now and then cause more damage than we could handle.
Yeah.
David Rice asks, do you know how much it costs to activate the National Guard? Anyone?
That's a good question, but it differs. It differs every day. I don't know what the current increase are in the enlistment, but yeah, I don't know what's going on out there in the Middle East, out in Ukraine, to know what the governor currently has in store in regard to deploying National Guards. Because I know we've had 2 or 3 units that's already activated and still out there.
I think the biggest thing that a state could do would be, as far as like the migrant crisis, would be for a state to shut off any state funding in support of that.
Yep.
The state's not going to put forward into housing them, feeding them, clothing them. And that would drive the migrants. And I know it sounds cruel in the onset, but if every state did that, the migrants wouldn't be coming over here in such dire circumstances. They would be finding the way to, if they must leave their nation, to leave their nation, either declaring it there in their nation or the first safe place. But right now, a lot of them are coming over here for economic reasons. They're signing up with the cartels. It's empowering the cartels. The cartels are going to conquer Mexico because of this empowerment.
It's empowering our federal government.
And
our federal government is actually taking better care of these migrants than they are our veterans, which absolutely be unheard of in the United States of America.
See, that's the thing about the federal government acting on its own. The state of Utah, the government of Utah needs to put Utah first. Mm-hmm. And we can do that by starting out with I put it on my campaign page, but buying homes. You have to have a Utah driver's license in order to be able to buy a home. It's putting Utahns first. It's not because you need a driver's license. It's putting Utah citizens first.
Should be for
cars. If you don't have a driver's license, oops, you probably going to be waiting in the back of the line till we have our Utah citizens taken care of before we get to you.
In the car industry right now, many car sales every single day, I have first-hand knowledge, are made by immigrants who don't even have Utah driver's licenses or jobs, but they have money coming in from the federal government and loans that is allowing them to buy brand new vehicles, where most Utahns right now can't even afford barely a used vehicle. And the market that's purchasing right now are based on need of a vehicle, not desire. They're not buying their dream vehicle. They're buying whatever can get them from A to B for their jobs.
And those immigrants can live in their vehicles, but a house is a necessity. And we need to put Utah first in buying homes. These 30,000 odd homes that Cox is building and requiring the cities to build, there's no point in building them for the citizens if people with money will just come and take it away. Immigrants who are being paid by federal government will come and put the money down, and Utahns are just sitting there going, well, we don't have the money.
Well, what about other states? Californians are coming in and doing the same thing.
Exactly why you need a Utah driver's license to prove that you're a Utah citizen, and you will get the first pick at buying the house. We need to put Utah first.
That's kind of where they're going with the election this year. America first, and Utah or other states looking inward, and state sovereignty first. And that mentality is getting more and more popular because it's a real problem. And you're absolutely right that so many Utahns who are lifelong children of ours can't even buy homes. Never probably will, not the rate we're going. Never be able to buy a house at the rate we're going. And yet they're competing with outside entities that are coming in money rich, either from selling their house in another state that was way overpriced, or having a guaranteed paycheck from the federal government on taxpayer dollars and being credit rich right out of the gate. They're coming in with a high credit score and no job, no history, no past, nothing to base it on other than federal government's promise. And you're right, that's totally going to kill states, especially their sovereignty, because it makes us absolutely in need of the federal government and their money. And we have to follow their rules and the strings attached to that money.
And once immigrants or migrants coming over from other states see that we will not put them first, they will either learn to become a Utah citizen or leave and find a different state that they can buy whatever they want and put other people down in those states. But do not do that here in Utah.
That's a tough one because they'll claim discrimination.
That's not, well, you're in someone else's house. You don't go into someone else's house and tell them how to live their rules and how to tell their children how to live their life. You go into someone else's house, you live by their law.
And I don't disagree with you. But there is a discrimination aspect that they are going to call out. And if it's not race, it's going to be xenophobic or whatever, that you're not letting someone migrating into your state. So I don't know that our current government would risk it. So it would take bold action, both not just by the governor, but your whole legislator would have to be pretty bold on this.
Right. And if with legislators, if you don't have the balls to stand up for your people, for your citizens, for those who voted for you, then you should not be a legislator. Because we are elected by the people to stand for the people. We're not elected by the people to stand for someone else, because it's discrimination, because of this and because of that. No, you're elected by the people, by the citizens of this state to stand up and be a voice for them, not for others, for them. So unless that migrant or immigrant has a Utah driver's license to prove that they are citizens and residents of Utah, you don't get a say on what's happening in this state.
I mean, I don't hate this at all.
No,
You're speaking my language.
not at all.
So you have his website up. Do you want to pull that up one more time and let people check it out? Because we just kind of go over his platform. There's so much to learn about you. And as an independent, I think a lot of people are interested in what, something other than the two parties is saying.
I told my running mate that we're both Republicans deciding to run unaffiliated, and this state will remain a red state, but we need to stop playing tug of war with the people. These two parties need to stop playing tug of war, find some common ground, and serve the people. We are not running the governors of the Republican parties or running the governors of the Democratic Party. We're running the governors of the people of Utah. And we need to know that. All this agenda, this party affiliation needs to drop out the window when you take on the role as governor, because you're serving the people, not the party.
Nice.
I like it.
So you see yourself as someone who is more close to the Republican Party platform in their beliefs and values, but you also see that sometimes it's the party that gets in the way, and you want to just get back to logic instead of the standard everyday party fighting. Is that what you're saying?
Right. You don't have to always be right. The Republican Party can be right and can also be wrong. The Democratic Party can be right and can also be wrong. And we need to accept that. We need to compromise with one another instead of just saying, well, here's a Republican nominee. I'm going to vote for him because I'm Republican, and we're going to keep it this way. No, the world is changing. The environment, the students, the future is changing, and we either roll with it or we fall back, and we'll cause a lot of damage.
Yeah, I get it. I get that. So your website is TAUTUAA, the number 4, spell out Utah.com. And is there a place to donate or volunteer for your campaign on the website?
There is a...
I see it. Just down
There
at the
is a
bottom.
volunteer tab. Sorry, go ahead. Sorry about that.
I just see it down at the bottom. I don't have access to the website. Jared is kind of moving it all over the place. But I encourage people to get to know this candidate and, read through his website. It's a beautiful website. I mean, it screams Utah.
you.
I love it. I love the website. It's beautiful. And there is a lot of great information on here about, what your platform is, and a lot of very, very good conversations. K-12 schools, universities, I mean, a profit cap. Man, have we talked about that a million times here. Nobody talks about big university. They'll talk about big oil and they'll talk about big whatever. But universities getting funded by government loans only make tuitions go astronomical. And these huge universities have got so many billions just sitting in the bank that they could actually endowments that they could actually fund college educations for years and years and years and years to come, but don't. Government funds them. It's absolutely.
And I believe that if we can reduce the cost of education, we will be able to reduce the cost of services that are being provided in our state. For example, going to the hospital bills are through the roof.
Yeah.
But if we have an affordable, say, nursing school, then we won't have to cater to these brand new nurses who have $80,000 in debt that needs to be paid off. We can cater to the need of the people if we reduce. I'm not trying to play Robin Hood and rob the rich, but we need to slow the greed down and help the people more.
Yeah, I think making loans private and not government backed would help do that. Because the school is only going to do what people can afford. They will adjust to the market. And that's done when you get the guarantee of the government. It's just like Medicare, Medicaid. I mean, people who are sick can go into any hospital, anywhere, get coverage, and the government pays the bill. But our veterans have to go to the VA and wait for however long. And there's nothing against veteran, VA doctors, but there is a different mindset when it's government backed, and the accountability is lacking. Government screws up everything it touches. And so, including education, by getting involved in those loans, they have hurt education and the ability for kids to afford it, for professionals to get loans, and actually loans that cripple them for decades. That's if they pay them back and they go into the field that they initially planned on when they started. And all of this, David says military medics should be certified as nurses when done with 4 years of service. I mean, there's so many different ways to get around this big education. If you can't actually, I don't want you to redistribution of endowment. I don't love that. I don't like redistribution ever, but I do think take the government out of the.
What if Exxon just called its profits endowments? Would it be safe then?
I don't like the word redistribution, but I also don't like that they don't care about the person getting this loan because the government's on the hook for it, right?
Yeah.
The government has to pay its bills.
Yeah.
Yeah, I dropped out of college because I was sick and tired of paying for one course. 3 credits would cost about $1,600. And you go to that class and the professor will tell you, read this chapter, we have a quiz next time.
Yeah.
Like, that's not teaching me. You're telling me to do what I can pay myself to do and go home and read a textbook and take a test.
Yeah.
I'm coming to school for you to teach me a better way to learn and understand this topic.
Yeah.
But you're just taking, so the school is taking $1,600 per student of 50 students in a class for a professor to come up there and go, oh, my life was great, and this is what I did for summer. Oh, yeah, study this chapter for next week, and we'll have a test on it.
Right, and that's if
a waste of money.
If the professor's even teaching you. In these big universities, it's teacher assistants that are teaching. professors are there doing research to get funding for whatever. It's just turned into it's laughable at this point. And taking Taylor Swift studies as a class, well, that's just ridiculous.
It's a joke.
The taxpayers are funding. And now, even against the Supreme Court order, now Biden is giving money back to these people that have taken out these loans, and is giving them money back, not to the people who paid their loans off, mind you, but to the people that are in debt, people that on mostly in the six figures. So that redistribution of your tax dollars going to pay off student loans is insanity.
Mm-hmm.
It's insanity. It's not, and it doesn't.
Personally, my view on higher education is, if I was in the government, if I was the governor and I were to give money out to universities, I would invest in trade schools, because those people actually bring out skills that the government, the state needs, the people need. I don't know where you're going to use the Bachelor of Arts in drafting or Bachelor of Arts in language from a university, but trade schools, they actually produce fruit. And that's where the government should be investing, not in universities that are already making billions just to sit there and hand out pieces of paper saying that you graduated.
Well, they're also doing great things about getting kids to learn about activism and social justice issues. And, you know, they're not free speech forums anymore. It's totally gone to a really crazy place where kids are coming out with an activist mentality, and the real life slaps them in the face when they come out, because they're not at all prepared for it. Where you're right, a trade school is teaching them a trade that could support them their entire lives. And it's so beneficial for them. And not every kid can be a lawyer or a doctor, nor wants to be. And I think lawyer, doctor, those are careers that essentially call for education and long-term education, but they also come out making more money than someone who's got an arts degree in humanities. So I do love that you're talking about this, and I think it's highly important that people understand that colleges are broken, and the system we don't need band-aids. We need an absolute reform. And that does involve getting the federal government out of it. And that could very well mean the student loans, for example, starting there.
Yeah, I agree. Well, Charlie, we got you on for 9 more minutes. Go ahead and close us out with a final spiel to get people to vote for you.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. And thank you for having me on your.
Oh, of course. Of course, it's our pleasure. Everyone, make sure you go check out his website. His website will be in the show notes as well, but it's Tautuaa 4 Utah.com. And that's, I'm going to try to say it again, Tautuaa, right?
You got it.
Oh, look at me go, man. Proud of myself. But yes, go check out the website. His website has a lot of information on it. A lot of different windows or pages you can open up to read through his policies. Who's your running mate?
Sylvia Fisk.
Sylvia Fisk?
Sylvia Fisk?
Yes, we know Sylvia.
Yeah, she's been on this show.
Yes.
She's a good friend.
She was the candidate running as a Republican, but I stole her from that side. I figured we do still need a mother touch in our government.
Yes.
And Sylvia would be the one to do that for our government.
Yes, she would be very good at it. All right, Charlie, thank you very much, sir. And you have a wonderful, wonderful weekend, and good luck.
Thank you for your service, Charlie, and running. This is exciting. Give Sylvia our best. We adore her.
Well, I hope she can bring your vote over as well.
Yeah. You have.
All right, thank you, and have a great weekend.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, bye.
All right, everyone.
I
So-
am excited. We have heard from our next guest already. Did you see that?
I did not see that.
So we will be welcoming at 4 in
Okay.
4 minutes. We're going to have a candidate for Attorney General, my very good friend Derek Brown, who's going to be on the Republican ticket for this primary. So
Perfect.
we're excited. And read David's comment. I'm going to step away for 1 second.
You're going to step out for a second.
Just for 1 second. Oh, I got to show you my cute red, but you don't get to see it on this.
Your cute what?
My red dress that my husband got me.
Oh, yeah, that's a lovely dress. Here, I'll bring you on as the centerpiece. 1 second.
Oh, yeah. No, people don't care.
All right. Show us your cute red dress. Look at that.
It's so cute.
Yes. Do a twirl or something.
It does twirl too. It's got a cute twirly skirt. I'm so spoiled.
That is a lovely dress. Tell him good job.
Thanks.
All right. Now.
Still hear you.
She can still hear me. So don't talk smack anyone. Remember, she's right there.
Read Dave's comment.
Which one? A little redistribution is like salt and pepper on my steak. Which one? Military medics should be certified as nurses when done with 4 years of service. Okay, so combat medics, that's where the what do they call it? Nurse practitioners, is that no? Physical assistant. No, is it physical assistant? PAs? Physician's assistants. That is born out of Vietnam era medics coming back, and they had a lot of experience. So they open up this field of physician's assistants.
But doesn't that make so much sense? These guys have not only learned a skill in the military, but they've learned it under duress. I mean,
you're preaching to the choir. I think
brilliant.
Now, I've got a different way of taking care of that. I think that the Army and the Navy and the Air Force should seek to make it so that when someone goes through their training, they get a certificate that is carried on the outside. MPs, any of that, so that they go through their training, and their training enables them to carry that to the outside, whether that is figure out some kind of affiliation with college or anything like that. I really think they should. But sadly, they don't. And because military medics are outstanding medics, they are very good at it. So, yes, they should.
Agree. And he also says it's so cool you give time to the independent candidates on Political Head Traumas podcast. And you guys, that's our goal. We want to get you educated on the people that are running and party affiliation. I mean, I've been super pushy about getting as many Republican candidates on for those people who are voting in the primary, because it is happening next Tuesday. Mm-hmm. But after the primary, we've got some time before the general to get to know every candidate from every party. And I'm excited because Derek Brown is going to be on today. So those of you that may not know Derek, that's him. He is a great friend of mine. I've known him for years, and he used to be the Utah Party GOP chair, the state chair. And he's a brilliant human being. His family's absolutely incredible to know, and they're a very musical family. And you saw that his wife actually sang the national anthem at our Lincoln Day dinner, and then sang it at our county convention, which she had no idea she was doing when she showed up. I just said, hey.
You just threw her to the wolves that night.
You do this. Yeah. And she didn't even hesitate. And her son actually did the singing, and it was beautiful, right? Like, you were there.
Yeah, no, they did great. Yeah.
and her son, I believe, goes to BYU and he sings there. And Derek is a phenomenal pianist, and he actually plays a piano that he won when he was, I believe, 12 years old, and he still has that piano in his home. And before we would do our big central committee meetings or convention, he would invite people to his home from the SEC. And he is basically like, it's like a piano bar without the bar part. He can usually play every tune. It's a lot of fun. He's such a good time. And he's been involved in Mike Lee's. He worked for Mike Lee for years with the Mike Lee campaign and administration. And he's a phenomenal person. And his values are Republican Party platform values. So if you haven't had a chance to get to know him, I'm really excited that he's going to be on the show. And for those of you that haven't put your ballot in yet, it's just another candidate to get to know. We've had Rachel Terry on. We've also had Frank Mylar on. And, well, we had Trent Christensen on before the convention eliminated him. And we haven't had Derek on, and every time we've had to reschedule. So I'm really glad he's coming on today. And I'm going to check on him to make sure he's doing okay.
Charlie sent me a message. He said, 2 things I didn't mention. One, we are running as a write-in. Those who actually take the time to get to know the candidates will cast that vote knowing who they voted for. And 2, while they do have a donation link on his webpage, it is inactive. Sylvia and he hopes that people will use their money wisely in these tough times. Any donations that they will accept is only that of skills and talents to helping them with their campaign. They need to build Utah back up with the proper foundation, and that is being founded by the people, not their money.
That's great. And
yes,
for those of you that may not remember or didn't see the show, go back to our show with Sylvia Fisk. We did
yes,
that show on a Wednesday, and
yes,
she's somebody that I've known for years. And
yeah, super nice lady. I'll be right back.
No problem.
So you take over.
Sylvia has been just highly involved in the GOP, unapologetic about her support for America First principles and Donald Trump. She's also somebody that she was on our show, I think twice, regarding her issues with our current governor and some overreach that she feels was extended out through his campaign and was being sued regarding her free speech to talk about her own experience about issues. Go check out that show if you haven't seen it. Sylvia Fisk is running with Charlie, and I think that's a great ticket. And if he is running as a write-in, that will require voters to really get to know these candidates, which is going to mean they're going to need a lot of promotion and reach. So like he says, any donations will go to a very good cause. And I think that, if you think this is a candidate you could get behind and believe in, this is a candidate that could use your voice as a volunteer just as well as your dollars. And you knocking on doors and talking to your neighbors about them and all of that. These type of grassroots startup candidates campaigns, I mean, they're not impossible. The odds are not impossible. We got Mike Lee kind of under the same banner of, oh, that could never happen. Well, it happens when enough people decide it's time. So do consider getting to know this candidate, going to his website and reading all about it. It'll be in the show notes. And I have to thank you, Dave. You missed your big advertisement, David Weiss. We did your advertisement for your business. So we wanted to know if you would like to put your phone number in the show notes for people interested in the Bitcoin, creating their own Bitcoin through you and your business. We didn't want to-
1-900-555.
Really? Did you have to get a cough drop? More Robitussin, or is
Yes.
it the jalapeno beer that's keeping you going?
Well, I finished that. But yeah, Dave will reach out to us. We'll make sure you get the contact. All right, Derek is here now. You guys
Yay!
ready?
Yay!
Good to have you. Good to be here. Sorry, I'm in my campaign office, my mobile campaign office.
Where are you coming from, Derek? Southern Utah?
Oh, no, right now I'm in Draper. So I've just had meetings all day, and just what I end up doing on the campaign trail is just schedule.
Oh,
And boom.
he's back again already. Look at that, how quick it happens. That
Hey, I've
sounds
got-
like a phone call interruption.
Sorry
there.
about that, but
No, Draper's supposed to have great internet access.
I don't know what's going on, but how are you?
I'm good, friend. I'm so happy that you made it to the show.
Hey, is it spotty?
A little.
A little bit.
Let's try this.
But not terrible.
Hey, let me do this. Let me move just to make sure I've got. And so hopefully you got audio,
Okay.
at least for right now. Do you have audio?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay. Give me just a moment, and I'll make sure I should have good signal here. So I'm not much to look at, but you know.
Well, I was just telling folks before you were on, just your experience on the Mike Lee administration. That was exceptional. That you've been highly involved with our legislature, and you've been highly involved with the party and the platform as the GOP chair. And you actually, I didn't tell them, but you actually are probably the first chair in history that had to run a convention during a pandemic. So you took that one in strides, and we actually had a fantastic one. And I told them about your talented family and the fact that you play on a piano. You won in a contest when you were 12 years old.
Oh,
Is that right?
wait, how do you know about that?
Because I have insiders, But you're such a phenomenal pianist, and your kids and your family are so musically talented. Your wife, you guys are just so much fun, and the greatest family. I just really, I'm honored to call you my friend, and I've learned so much from you. When you took over the party, and the first thing you did is give out the book, Love Thy Enemies, or Love Your Enemies.
Yes, that's right.
That was such an eye-opening book, because it helped me a lot in finding common ground with people that I really never thought I could. And it's actually made my life so much more fun, especially in a political world. And so I just appreciate that. And I appreciate the whole idea that we can disagree, but we've got to hang on to our values and our principles and our goals and we'll invite more people to our side by kindness and understanding, and we'll also learn a lot and be better people.
Well, and I know it's sort of cliche to say that, people don't care how much you know till they know how much you care. But the reality is, like, the real goal in politics is, if you're going to change someone's mind, you have to change their heart first, and that's the reality. That's why, political discussions on the internet, on Facebook or any social platform, to a joke, right? Because there's no heart, I'm saying there's no heart in it. It's just, it's totally impersonal, and it seems like a gotcha game, and people don't really, they don't care kind of what the, who the human being is behind it. I think that was the point of that book, Love Your Enemies, is, if you, once you get through to like a human being and you can talk with them in person, then you're more likely to change their mind, you know. And I'm the same way. I'm more likely to have my mind changed by someone who I know actually has my best interest at heart, you know, as opposed to someone who approaches me and says, just, you know, you're kind of dumb, and you're just pick the political, you know, hit job name that we see online right now, and, you know, you accuse someone of that. How likely are they to actually listen to what you're saying?
It's
So,
true.
you know, Republicans, and the other thing that author did a lot of that I like is he basically said you have to go to the heart on political issues. And Democrats do a better job of this than Republicans, I think. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, when we talk about things like, say, you know, mandating an increase in minimum wage, what do we Republicans do? Well, we talk about how economically, you know, it doesn't make sense to do it. And we talk about supply curves and demand curves and, you know, numbers and cents and econ 101. What do Democrats do? You know, whenever you hear them talk about this issue, they'll always say, well, I know this single mom who's got three kids and two part-time jobs, and how is she going to make it? You know, they'll go to the heart. They'll go to like human beings,
True.
and I mean that's the reality of my own party is we tend to sound like deranged econ professors when we talk about those kind of issues, and Democrats do, I think, a really good job of going to the heart and you know,
Well,
people.
the hard part with that is, say, the minimum wage thing is the Democrats look about a hope they want to achieve, and then the Republicans, they can't talk about the bad effects of what they're going to do until after it's already been done, it's been set in stone, and it's almost a ship you can't turn around. Like California right now did that. California
Yeah.
lost, what was it, 27,000 jobs by them signing one bill, that $20 minimum wage bill.
Yeah.
Well, many
And then once
businesses
it's like you said,
went out of business.
So Republicans can't say, well, I know this person who lost their job because they did it, because it's ethereal, it's in the future. So I understand that argument.
yeah.
The problem is you can't, like you said, you can't argue intelligence against emotions.
Exactly. And so rather than doing either or, I think the trick is to do both. And the emotion is to let people know that you really do care.
Yeah.
But you're right. I mean, Jared, that's one of the problems is then, like, California did it. And once they let the genie out of the bottle, there's no putting it back in. Right. And then it's a disaster. And then you have people fleeing from California, you know, by the millions. I mean, that's one of the reasons that in the 2020 census, Utah was per capita the fastest growing state in the country. Right. It was because of places like California, people flooding here from California. I mean, my parents are a perfect example. I mean, my parents were there, had been there for 35 years. And then after seeing the way that you know, California handled COVID, they just said, you know what, this doesn't make any sense. Let's go to a place where we have some degree of freedom. Right. And I'll never forget the day my dad called me. He said, hey, we had someone that just got arrested at the beach today, and they live near the beach. And I said, so what were they doing at the beach? And he says, well, they were at the beach. I said, well, how'd they get arrested? For doing what? He goes, for just being at the beach. You can't be at the beach physically or they'll arrest you. And that was kind of the day when he went, you know what, maybe California is not the place for me. And so,
Remember,
you know, towards
the
the end
video,
of,
those cops chasing the windsurfer? The
yes,
funny
I
thing,
do.
it was a Benny Hill show. A windsurfer, he's out there. There's not a person for a mile in any direction. And the cops are running in the surf after a windsurfer because he dared to be outside without a mask on. Or California took all of those skate parks and filled them in
And
with
they-
sand.
Yep.
Let's
Yeah,
not forget that you can't make this up. You cannot make it up.
Well, and I think at the time, I think there was so much panic and fear that we just were all conditioned to go, well, that's what they got to do. But, you know, with the benefit of, you know, 4 years of hindsight where we can look back on it, you know, now in 2024, we look back on it, we just shake our head and think, what were we thinking? Like,
Yeah.
what were
I
we
can
thinking
say
that they did that?
That not one point during any of the COVID response did I think that's something we need to do. The whole time I was saying, this is going to destroy our country. This is
And
going
that's,
to
I think, why
destroy our
people left.
economy.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
and it has
and
everything. Go on, sorry.
well, no, I said you're right. That's, I think there were millions of Californians that were like, you know what, that they felt the same way, and I think that's one of the reasons that we had an influx here, and Arizona and Idaho. I mean, like, all of these states are now massive compared to where they were because of, Jared, what you were just saying, the number of people like my folks who just went, I'm sorry, but that's going a little too far, or a lot too far.
Well, and then at the time, those of us that were just saying to ourselves, this doesn't feel right. This doesn't feel smart and safe, especially with the data we had regarding this virus, that, the foundation of this virus is coming out and all of that. But at the time, to say, wait a minute, you're going to keep my kid out of school, you're going to have me mask outside where sunshine and space, this just doesn't feel right. And a lot of people just felt like their freedoms were under attack, and they were. But it just, in the not knowing what we didn't know, there were the people like your parents saying, I just don't think this is right. This is, again, you will win feelings faster than you will facts without the emotion. And a lot of people fled, for a better word. They fled that location.
Yeah. I mean, they came up to visit us, and in California, they were masked up. Schools were closed. Restaurants were closed, except a few doing, fast food takeout stuff. And they came up here, like, it was fall of 2020. And we had kids that were, had masks on in schools, but schools were operational, and restaurants were serving food. And, we were having a really robust discussion about whether the data, aligned with the, what were the facts and what was the data as it related to masking. And that was a healthy discussion. But beyond that, for the most part, we were all living life as, normally. And they were in California, for another year, they were shut down. And so, and if you look at the data, I mean, we know things now that we didn't know then, and I think that, I think people are on high alert now. I think the kind of things that we tolerated then, we're not likely to tolerate in the future. I think we've learned a lot as a society. I don't think we're going to let a lot of those freedoms that we lost. I just don't think we'll go down that road again willingly.
Well, that brings me to the office that you've decided to run for, because you're obviously crazy and not busy enough with your career. But so the Attorney General, I mean, that's a big office. It's the top cop for Utah. And it's extremely, I mean, it could be what stands between what they suffered and what we've suffered. I mean, it could be that benchmark. So tell us about your idea and what made you decide to run?
Well, I think part of it is an opportunity really to make a difference. And I think, Holly, you saw this when I was party chair. I've always felt like the kind of service you want is someone who gets in, steps up, serves, and steps out. And I did that in the House of Representatives. I stepped up, I served for a period of time, I stepped out, I spent some time in Senator Lee's office. I was his deputy chief, and I ran all of his Utah offices. And then I stepped back into the private sector. I did the same thing with the party for a couple of years. And the gray hairs that come with party service. I mean, it's a rough road, and you're really trying hard to serve and make a difference. And I feel like this is something I'd like to do now. I mean, our current Attorney General, I think, has done a lot of things that make a lot of sense. Philosophically, there's things that I absolutely agree with. And I think that this is a chance where I'd like to make a difference, to step up again and serve. And, a lot of what the AG does, most people don't know. You're effectively running the largest law firm in the state. We have a lot of large law firms with 100 or so people. the Attorney General's office has about 290 attorneys right now. And the job of that office is there's a couple of things. One is you have a supervisory role, but really you're a partner with all the county attorneys and district attorneys in the state. I mean, some people think that the job is to sort of tell them what to do. It's not. I mean, in Tooele County, for instance, you've got a county attorney, you got a county sheriff. Both of them are independently elected by the voters of your county, right? They're accountable to you. And so their job isn't, they do a good job. They want to be responsive to people. They're accountable to the voters. And the job of the AG really is to work with them and provide backup and resources and help them out. But the other thing that office does is it provides legal advice on virtually every conceivable area of law in existence. I mean, everything from Medicaid law to criminal law to professional licensing to fishing licenses. I mean, literally, like, they provide legal advice to every division of the state and to every board and to commissions and the universities. And there's a lot of work.
You also are helping out or advising businesses and law enforcement agencies and citizens that are having issues. Like you're kind of the conduit when it comes to laws in Utah and the execution of laws, the interpretation of laws. So you actually, I mean, when you have an attorney general that has all these attorneys on your staff, you also have a number of investigators that are on your staff. My father actually worked with John Reyes on his Project Safe Neighborhood Task Force for many years. His whole job was to go in and make sure community-oriented policing was working in really crime areas to get citizens involved in watching their own backs and protecting their neighborhoods and all of that. Your branch is so far, and it's really incredible. And so tell us about your background in law, for example.
Well, really, I mean, like I said, because you have almost 300 attorneys, and as you mentioned, there's over 500 people in the office. So you have a lot of investigators, you have a lot of help who are critical in making sure that everything comes together, documents are retained. One of the things that's critical is it's really about leadership and vision and organization. That's really what this office does. And so some people have said that you need to have one special skill set, and that's all that really matters. You need to be a prosecutor, or you need to, a courtroom litigator, and that's it. Or, it's just not the case. I mean, it's like saying, we're hiring a CEO for Ford Motor Company, and what we need to know is, to run Ford Motor Company, what matters is, have you driven race cars for the last 25 years? Well, does that skill matter? Well, it's a good skill to have, but there's a lot of people in the organization doing a lot of things. The job of the person at the helm is really to organize and to provide leadership. And so that's what matters the most when it comes to this kind of a position. As I've talked to lawyers around the state, I've done countless sort of meet and greets at law firms where I've just gone in and sat down, and a lot of them have pretty strong opinions about what the AG should or shouldn't do. And I always start with this. Not long ago, I had a large law firm downtown, probably 40 lawyers in a conference room. And I just started by saying, hey, what do you think the attorney general needs to have? Like, what does the ideal attorney general look like to you? And it's interesting, in this room full of lawyers, not a single one of them said, well, a courtroom litigator or someone with trial experience. No, every one of them said a leader, someone who can bring people together, who can collaborate, who has a strong idea of law and order, that will agree to follow the law even if they don't like it, and someone who can lead an organization to do that very thing. And that's really
moral ethics and character and integrity. That office should be the pillar of integrity.
Yeah. No, it absolutely should. And that's what the attorneys of the state want. I mean, there are about 8,000 licensed attorneys in the state of Utah, and I haven't talked to all of them, obviously, but I've been to a lot of the larger law firms. That's what I'm hearing. And I think you asked about my legal background. So I worked at two of the largest law firms in the world, actually. If you look up sort of the top 15 in terms of size in the world, I've worked in two of them. I've spent time for a federal appeals court judge, which, let me tell you, if you want to know how the courtroom works, you learn it from behind the courtroom. You learn it in the judges' chambers, because in that period of time when I spent a full year of my life working with an appeals court judge on the East Coast, and I got it was a phenomenal opportunity to see, everything from sentencing guidelines to, criminal law, to antitrust law, to contract law, to employment and labor negotiation disputes. I mean, every conceivable area of the law I saw. But beyond just having sort of a traditional legal background, someone in this office needs to understand there's a political dynamic. I mean, let's just be honest. I mean, if you don't know your way around the political environment, you're going to be lost, because this is a fundamentally political office. In fact, even the funding of the office, the office doesn't fund itself. It is legislators every year who fund it. And you've got to go to them and you've got to make a case on why they should fund it the way that they are, or that they should increase it, or that sort of thing. So I've done that. I've worked with Senator Lee. I've run organizations like, Holly, you and I were working together at the state party. I mean, that was, a state, 760,000 members of that political party. And during a pandemic, I got all these gray hairs from that.
You had the pandemic. You had also became the newest chair after the chair prior to you, who'd had a struggle for 2 years of infighting, and it was a constant.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm sorry, but he was babysitting adults in order to get resolution in a time where we needed somebody that would unite the party, and that's why we voted for you. And I think you did an exceptional job, and I think Carson kind of kept going, and you brought us out of, you started putting profit into the party and kind of sowing some unification that was badly needed. And you were very fair in your approach. You were kind. You listened to both sides, and you were basically leading by example, which I think people don't understand the infighting that can take place within a party at the governing body. But it was really nice to have somebody there that was the great unifier rather than the divisive or defensive person. So that on its own, I don't think people really understand how difficult being a Utah party chair is.
Well, I appreciate that. And in all fairness, there were people that were angry too, because there are some days when you just have to make a call. You've got a choice between choice A, which will make people angry, or choice B, which will make some people angry, and you got to choose one. So what do you do? And as a leader, you make the call, which in your gut, you think is the right call, knowing full well you're going to anger people, and you do it, and you let the chips fall where they may. And that's, as Attorney General, I fully anticipate that what will happen, and I make tough decisions, and people criticize me, and that's okay, because that's part of, that's what leading is, and sometimes, and if for some reason you go down the wrong road, or you make a mistake, then I think the hallmark of a good leader is to admit it, change course, and go a different direction. One of the problems we have in politics nowadays is that event of new information, a lot of people, rather than I need to change course, they'll just double down, right? And they'll say, well, I don't want to look like I made a mistake, or I'm doing something, being weak or whatever. And so then they don't have the courage to make that call. Let me tell you, there's a member of Congress running right now Uh, and there was a town hall that he did a couple of years ago, and I'll never forget. This is where he won my wife over. And someone asked him about a vote that he cast right after he got in Congress. And he looked at this woman and he said, you know what? I've thought about that a lot. I think I got it wrong. I really do. Man, if I had to do it over again, I think I would have voted against it instead of for it. And I've stewed about that. And you know what? I'm sorry. You know, that was the best information I had. And if I had to do it over again, I'd do it differently. And, you know, I'm sorry. And, you know, most people would probably go, oh, I can't believe he admitted to making a mistake. You know, someone like me and my wife was like, you know what? I love that guy, because most people don't have the guts to say, you know, I made a mistake. I mean, and frankly, that's what real leaders do, is they're willing to admit that and change course rather than double down on a bad decision.
I have experienced this, and I've just mentioned this with Jared regarding Donald Trump, that if he were to say, especially over the COVID issue, hey, with what we knew at the time, I realized that I listened to the wrong people, or I should have stopped. I should have opened when my gut told me to and not risk the economy. Even just that humility that comes with learning from a decision. And I am an absolute, you know, Trump supporter. But I think that so many people would be like just so refreshed with that. Candidates and politicians work for both sides of the aisle. Well, in all the sides, even people who aren't Democrats or Republicans, they work for everyone. And they're not perfect. They are imperfect because they are man or woman. Yeah. And just taking responsibility for a decision and being humble. I'm just like, Emily, I absolutely have so much respect for a candidate that says, I made a mistake and I would do it differently. And here's why I would do it differently going forward. And our Melly May, who's one of our commenters, said sometimes you need to fight. And that's true.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
There's the time. Now, with your being an attorney general, you're everybody's attorney general. But I think there's something very refreshing in the fact that you're guided by law. And you can actually look at situations in that scale, aside from the emotional, which we know is a good way to promote and all of that. But when it's based on facts, you just have to follow those facts and evidence and law, which is basically a wonderful syllabus for how to run an office, right? Like that to me is pretty great, because you're not making these emotional decisions on behalf of the Utah people. You're following what the law dictates. And so these collaborations with legislators who are writing these laws, or the federal government that is writing these laws, your ability to call Mike Lee and say, what's coming down the pike? How does Utah prepare? I'm going to be consulting my legislature. And in this next session, they're going to want to know. This collaboration has got to be hugely beneficial for a candidate in this office.
And the other thing that's interesting is, like you said, it's because you're following the law, it puts you in a position where sometimes you're even, and I don't, this is more hypothetical, but it could be real, but you're defending a law you may not agree with. Because I've had many people ask me, so if there's a law that you don't like and it's challenged, will you defend it? The answer is absolutely. That's what the Attorney General does. You know what I'm saying? Like about 20 plus years ago, we had an Attorney General. The last time we had, it was a Democrat, Jan Graham, and she refused to defend the law. There was a law dealing with abortion and it was challenged. She didn't like the law, so she wouldn't defend it. And the governor at the time, Mike Leavitt, said, hey, that's, you know, your job. I mean, Article 7 of the Utah Constitution spells out that you are the legal advisor and your job is to, you know, to defend the state. And she said, no, I won't do it. And so the governor hired his own counsel and defended the law. And interestingly, from that moment to this day, those of you who have worked in this arena know that the governor has his own attorney. And it's because of that moment. So I believe the Attorney General is duty bound to defend the law when it's challenged. Now, someone could say, well, what if the law is really, really unconstitutional? Well, then the job of a good Attorney General is to also be what an attorney is to counsel, work with the legislature ahead of time. I mean, the legislature has no vested interest in passing a law that's completely unconstitutional and going to get overturned. Like, they know that's a waste of resources, right? And so the job of the AG is to work with them as the law is developing and provide counsel and advice and say, listen, here's how we fix it. Here's how we, here's things we do. I mean, one of the things that I've done in my background, which, I mean, it's actually ironic that I've been criticized for this, but about 2 or 3 years ago, the governor said, we've got a big problem with social media here in Utah, like huge problem with kids. I mean, we all know this. So of the 8,000, and he basically said, hey, social media companies, you get to the table and we're going to work this out. And, don't think you're going to escape this one, because we got to get some solutions here for parents. And so of the 8,000 plus attorneys that are licensed to practice in Utah, Meta hired me. And my job was to get them at the table, have them work with the governor's office and Department of Commerce and the legislature and figure out, okay, how do we solve this problem? And one of the biggest issues that so the problem was the initial, say that again?
What was the initial case or law or problem that the governor thought needed to be addressed?
He thought that the children there is an addictive component to social media. And he felt like there were things like parents didn't really have the ability to control their kids' social media usage, or things like the hours they used it, or they felt like, marketers were marketing to kids and collecting information and that sort of thing. So what I was able to do is bring all of these people to the table, work with the legislature, and figure out how do we create a set of guardrails that did exactly that. I mean, we now have laws here in Utah that allow parents access to their, control over their kids' social media. Like, a marketer cannot market to kids on social media. They cannot collect their information. Parents can control things like curfews and time limits. And so, I mean, we did a great job of that, but there are also some tricky constitutional issues that we had to navigate, because if we passed a law that was unconstitutional, it would get thrown out. And if it were challenged by the AG, the AG would defend it. But the job of the AG is also to provide advice in advance. And so that's what I did. So I'm proud of the result that we got. I'm proud of the fact that Utah was one of the first states to do anything like this. But that's what you do. I mean, as Attorney General, is you don't just wait until a law is challenged. I think you work with legislators and you help provide counsel so that they avoid pitfalls before they pass laws that may have problems.
That's brilliant. I have a couple of comments. Hi, Mom. My mother is tuning in.
Oh, hi, Mom.
She loved the birthday song that you and Emily sent me, and then Ryan. That was so great. O'Malley May says, I'd like to know your stance on police checkpoints that have been legal to do since 95. I have a problem with them picking a number and randomly stopping people who have broken no laws. David says, what is your opinion on alcohol laws and delivery for Dash for alcohol, or other states allow you to send wine as a gift or a gift basket. Mm-hmm. Utah does not allow that. And these are just a couple of laws that people are interested in. I'm just curious. Again, you would need collaboration.
Well, yeah. I mean, the law is what it is. Let's take the second one first. He's referring to under Utah law, you cannot ship wine. We are one of, I think we may be one of only, 2 states where you can't directly ship wine. And I know for people who drink wine, this is a lot of states, you'll have wine companies that have like a wine of the month club or something like that. Yeah. And we don't, like, that just isn't something under Utah law that it's not legal. And, this is always a really heated topic in the legislature. And we have the Division of Alcohol Beverage Control, DABC, that whose job it is to control this. And there's always this give and take in the legislature as they're trying to recognize, on the one hand, that we want to create laws that allow businesses to sell alcohol and to have restaurants that can serve beer and wine and that sort of thing. And so they regulate that, but at the same time they recognize that there are secondary impacts. And so the reality is the legislature balances those, and it's the job of the Attorney General to provide advice on what the law is. And so until that changes, it is what it is.
How many states actually are the only sole producer, distributor, seller of alcohol?
Ooh, I don't know the answer. That's a good question. I mean, there are others that are like that. Utah is much more strict. We have some quirky things under Utah law, but a lot of states do. I mean, that's just the reality. I mean, people criticize Utah for the quirkiness that we have here, but I was in Nevada not long ago talking with a legislator, and I mentioned some of the quirky things we had in Utah, and this legislator said, "Oh, you think you're quirky? You should see." And she started listing some of the things in Nevada that are quirky, and I mean, so every state has their own sort of quirks, but part of the quirks are a function of making sure primarily that it's not accessible to kids, and now the second issue that the person, the commenter mentioned was the checkpoints. And my understanding is those are still legal. I mean, there was a bill, I think right in 2011, if I remember right, or 2012, that sought to outlaw them. There were a couple of cities that still did the sobriety checkpoints. I honestly don't think it's very common anymore. I live in Cottonwood Heights, and at the time Cottonwood Heights did them periodically, and they felt like they were very effective. But the legislature, I just remember we had a pretty robust debate, because it does give a lot of people, including myself, heartburn when you can be stopped by law enforcement just because you happen to be out and about, and it's just a random checkpoint. I mean, it feels. Yeah, I mean, I think if they're done appropriately, my understanding is under Supreme Court precedent, they are constitutional. I think done a certain way, they're in line with the Fourth Amendment, but something feels very, I don't know, very disturbing, very
Gestapo-ish.
Gestapo-ish. Something about the ability for a law enforcement. It's not just hey, you over sort of truly random, random information. I mean, it has to be random. They can't just say, "Oh, that guy looks shifty. I'm going to pull him over." Like, they can't do that. But I mean, they do make me uneasy.
Well,
I can go with that. Really looking at what the current law is, but I think they make people uneasy. I remember the department of my city felt like they were able to nab a few people who were truly dangerous spot in terms of blood alcohol level. But since then, the other thing the legislature has done is it's reduced the blood alcohol level. Yeah. And so for the legal limit has gone down, and I think it's less of an issue. But anyway, that's a great question, though, because it's at that intersection of like civil rights and searches and seizures of the Fourth Amendment. And those are the kind of debates we should have as a society.
The probable cause factor. And I mean, they've got to do it on, I believe, when they have anticipation, like 4th of July or New Year's Eve, and they've got to be there's so many little intricate elements that make it legal, but I believe the Supreme Court has ruled on it, so we are bound by that ruling, correct, in Utah.
Absolutely. If it's the Supreme Court, yes, absolutely.
And O'Malley May mentions, and this is something we've talked on our show about quite often, I would like to know your take on federal agents doing raids in Utah at 6 a.m. as they did to the gentleman in Provo. And again, a lot of raids are taking place without prior engagement with the local sheriff, the local accountable elected member. in a community, and they're done at 6 a.m., no knock warrants on people that are gun owners, and it's no secret the person owns a gun, like the gentleman who was just killed
in Provo.
But the guy, even after that, the guy that were on the airport, the Hillary Clinton or Bill Clinton airport in Colorado, Jared?
Not in Colorado, it was in Arkansas.
Arkansas.
The Bill and Hillary Clinton. Yeah, that's
a no-knock warrant because they thought he was selling guns privately. And
he was selling guns privately, but look, if you look at me on the outside, it appears to me like they wanted to perform this interaction with him in a way that would be the most hazardous.
Well, that's it.
Well,
They expected he would put up a fight. I believe this. I mean, of all the people who are going to defend their home against what he could have thought was an invasion, a home invasion at 6 a.m., rather than go to his workplace, tell him he's got a search warrant. I mean, he's an upstanding member of the community, trusted, go to his workplace, go to his home with the local sheriff during the daytime. So these warrants served at this time. How do you see these go? I mean, is this something we need to put a stop to?
Well, there's a lot about that situation. I mean, the situation you mentioned in Provo. I mean, the father. I think there was a son with special needs. I mean, there were just enough factors that it gives me real heartburn over that, and particularly when you have federal agents that are kind of superseding. I mean, Utah County's got a sheriff who's very capable of this kind of thing. Mike Smith does a great job, well respected. He's got a great team. There's why it is that there isn't coordination. I don't know. So I don't know a lot of the behind the scenes of that situation, other than just kind of what all of us are aware of from a. Those are the kinds of things that give me. I think they should give everyone some more than heartburn, because it seems like there are. It's one of those things. Right. And then what else,
right.
What else should we be doing as a society to make sure that isn't the case? And it really comes down to the issue of to what degree the federal government has an impact here in the state of Utah. I mean, for me, that's really the key issue. And I have a lot of problems with, I mean, one of the things I've talked about since
Oh no.
Yeah.
He's breaking up.
Yep. He's breaking up.
Hear me okay?
Yeah, you broke up a little bit.
I think
what this reminds me of, it reminds me of the late 80s and early 90s to build up to Ruby Ridge and Waco and that, where the FBI and especially the ATF kept having hearings in front of Congress to have their budgets restricted. And we'll talk about this without him. And when they keep having those hearings to have their budgets restricted, it seems like they start trying to look sexier or more needed. So they take every situation and make it a dynamic situation to show that they're more needed. And when they go dynamic, it makes mistakes, or not mistakes. It turns up the volume on hazards. And that's what this time feels like. Yeah, it feels like that right now. Like our federal agencies keep doing these early morning raids, just like in Waco. Waco should have been managed out on the street. The guy jogged past the ATF safe house every morning. And he knew it was a safe house. They could have waved to him, called him over, and arrested him on their porch. They keep wanting to do these because I think they're trying to, I think they feel under threat. So they're trying to show the public we're needed more. So we do these more extreme manners. So it shows we're needed more, and it gives a bad impression. And I think the FBI, the ATF, the whoever, they all need to take a step back and say, what are we doing? We're pushing these situations a little harder than we need to.
Unnecessary risks on both law enforcement and citizens of the country.
Definitely on citizens. I mean, we've shown that they're filling body bags.
Well, it's sad. And Derek, you broke up, but you were talking about federal government overreach, and I wanted you to kind of how do we sort that? Because there's an answer here, but I feel like that answer is state sovereignty and the accountability of local municipalities and the sheriff, who should be brought into any raid that's happening within his county. And he may know the citizen. He may be able to orchestrate the best way to handle the citizen. I mean, there is a necessity because people are dying. And any day it could be they go to the wrong address, like O'Malley May says. And most people would defend their home with a firearm if they think there's someone kicking in their front door.
Well, and I think that a lot of the problem is just the lack of collaboration. I mean, because the reality is, for the kinds of things that I think, most of the kinds of things the federal government has an interest in, when they have these kind of activities, if they were to go to local law enforcement and said, look, these are bad guys, this is a cartel, here's what we're doing, here's the concern, we think there's going to be a fentanyl raid, of XYZ, 9 times out of 10, local law enforcement's going to say, you know what, how can we help? Let's work together. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're on the same page. But it's when you have a situation like what happened in Provo, it sows the seeds of distrust in not just sort of the federal government, but just law enforcement generally. And that's not healthy. You know what I'm saying? We need law enforcement to be respected. We need them. We need people to look at them in a way that, to know that they're there to help, because the reality is they are. These are good men and women who are doing their best to serve. And I think it does them a disservice when you have that kind of a situation. And so, I mean, I think the answer, a lot of it is just, it's collaboration, it's working together for a cause rather than getting siloed. But I mean, this has been my big issue with the federal government is it seems like there's no bounds to what they can do. Right. That's the problem. I mean, you talk to, I remember I was talking to the sheriff in Garfield County. I was down there. My father-in-law lives down there, and it's 93% owned by the federal government. I mean, you can't so much as spit without hitting, federal land or implicating some federal law. And that's a problem.
Almost the same here in Tautuaa County.
Well, Tautuaa, you're,
I think, 86% owned by the federal government.
And the reality is then, I mean, about two and a half months ago, the Bureau of Land Management came out with a brand new set of 180-page law that was their regulations, but regs are not. They're laws. They're laws in the sense that Congress passes laws and they're laws. And it was a new federal lands rule that basically said conservation is now elevated to the same level of importance as mineral extraction or grazing rights or recreation. And what it means is now the BLM, out in Tooele, can close roads. They can shut off access. They can completely change things. And if their excuse is conservation, there's nothing you can do. Now, whether that's a good policy or not, I mean, I'm not a fan of the policy. I mean, no surprise there. But whether it's a good policy or not, my biggest beef is who made it up.
Yeah.
Who made the decision? And the answer is a bunch of unelected bureaucrats in DC who are not accountable to us. They're not accountable to anyone in the county of Tooele. And so those are the kinds of problems that we have. And I mean, that transcends just lands issues and law enforcement. It goes to, the EPA trying to shut down power plants in Utah. It goes to the Department of Education trying to, unilaterally changing a description in Title IX. I mean, that's what the legislature met this week. Again, same problem. Who made that decision in Title IX? A bunch of unelected bureaucrats. I mean, pick any issue. I mean, Jared, you talked about the gun issues just generally. You got ATF, which is reinterpreting their own regs to supersede state law dealing with guns.
They just got shut down in the Supreme Court 3 days ago on that the bump stock part, but that also included pistol braces and other things. Will this be interpreted to come down to BLM and all of that? Will it flow out and say, look, laws are written. You are not allowed to interpret laws to add in your regulations, or is it just going to be restricted to the ATF?
Yeah. Well, and let me tell you, the single biggest Supreme Court case of the term, we will know the answer to probably in the next 6 or 7 days. Generally by the end of June is when the Supreme Court concludes its term. But the biggest case right now is the case, 2 cases called Loper Bright, and it deals with a concept called Chevron deference, which is where courts basically defer to these agencies. I mean, all the stuff I'm talking about, every one of these agencies, if you challenge their interpretation and say, look, that's a ridiculous interpretation, then the court goes to the agency and they effectively say, hey, do you have a good reason for why you did what you did? And what do they always say? Well, yeah.
Of course.
Of course we did. It's like, I mean, I always joke, is like my little girl, whenever she, there'd be like a fight and she'd hit her little brother, and I'd say, hey, why did you do? Basically, if I ever said, hey, was there a good reason for doing that? Her answer was always, well, yes. And with the agency, that's always going to be, yes, we've got a reason. But the problem is, for the legal analysis, that's where it stops. Courts go, oh, you do? Oh, well, then I guess we'll let your interpretation stand. Well, for 40 years, literally since 1984, when the Chevron case was decided, that's what courts have done. And that's now, I hope that changes. And if that does change, and we'll know in the next 6 or 7 days, if it changes, all bets are off. Every one of these issues we've talked about on lands or guns or Title IX or education, I mean, we now have an opportunity as states to go a legal route and challenge the agency interpretation and say, look, I mean, like, whether you think that, there's a lot of people out there that think that they like the fact that Title IX has been extended from sex to sex orientation and gender identity. Okay. Apart from whether that's a good policy, I mean, we can have that discussion. But even more important in my mind is, like, Congress didn't say that.
Yeah.
Right. That's if they're going to do that, if we're going to go there as a country, that decision needs to be made by people who are accountable to the case. They're not accountable to us.
Yeah.
That's
The question is do we want a monarchy, or do we want a representative government?
Right. And when we let the executive branch kind of do whatever they do, then we've got effectively a monarchy. And the reality is, if there is, in fact, like, ambiguity in the laws that Congress passed, then there's 2 ways to approach it. One is to let the agencies do whatever they want and fill that vacuum. I personally, and this is my political, I think it should be filled by the state.
Yeah, he just said my magic word.
Yeah.
I think the 10th Amendment is the only way that we're going to salvage this republic right now.
Yeah.
That's it.
Well, and it's funny when people
otherwise
talk
we're
about,
going to tear ourselves in half.
I'm with you. Congress, and people talk about it like it's a bad thing. I don't see it as a bad thing. It means they're not doing anything, which then makes the state all the more important, right? It basically says, all right, it's up to us then to fill in those gaps. And we should be the ones filling in the gaps. Like, that's our job. That's what the 10th Amendment's there for. Let Utah do it the Utah way. You know, if Vermont wants to do a single payer healthcare system, that's a terrible policy, but let them do it. Because guess what? Utah's not going to do that. We're not going to stand for that.
They
Let us
might
all
fail,
figure it
they
out.
might succeed, but there's something beautiful about one part of 50 failing and being able to come around and learn a lesson than everyone failing.
Exactly,
Right.
because one size doesn't fit all. And that's the problem with people who don't appreciate the 10th Amendment is they want the one size. I mean, the government, all this federal overreach, it's effectively saying that we got the size, and that size will fit everyone.
Yeah, you
And
listening, California?
Well,
This part was for you.
and Scott Sandel, his bill last time regarding the sovereignty of Utah, I think, do you see that as a great step in us maybe getting control over our federal lands? Because I know the case has already been paid for. I mean, the state has invested in a potential Supreme Court fight for us to gain our control of our federal lands back, but we have yet to fight it. And I've heard before from Governor Herbert that it was important we had all three the House, the Senate, and the presidency before we took this one bite of the apple that we're going to get. But I'm curious what your thoughts are. This is a small step on the state scale to essentially write out what our sovereignty means. But as an AG, do you see this fight happening sooner than later, where you would
Yes.
go to the Supreme Court?
Yeah, I think it is imminent. I mean, I was in the House of Representatives in 2011 when we first authorized money on this issue. And there have been some battles through the years as to whether to do it, in part because the Supreme Court, the makeup of the court wasn't such that we necessarily would have won.
Yeah.
But right now, I think there is a very good chance with the current makeup of the court. I mean, look, if Trump did one thing that like any conservative, can't criticize, it's 3 Supreme Court justices who are phenomenal. I mean, like the reality is we now have 6 to 3 conservatives, or I don't know, maybe 5-4, depending on Justice Roberts. Sometimes goes the wrong way.
Always Justice Roberts. You never know.
I mean, like under the Affordable Care Act, I think he blew it. But anyway, that's my legal term of art. He totally blew it. But the reality is, I think we're at a point now where, I mean, even though we've been looking at filing these suits on federal lands for a long time, now is the time. And they're in the works and they will happen. And I think you use the phrase one bite of the apple, Holly. And I think we do get one bite of the apple. But I really do like the approach from Senator Sandel. That SB 57 extends beyond lands. In fact, this week, 2 days ago, the legislature met. They had a special session on Title IX. And basically, Sandel's bill said, if you ask us to do something we think violates our 10th Amendment rights, you know what? In the past, what we've done historically is we've just done it anyway and then grumbled and filed a lawsuit and been really mad about it. Now what we're going to do is say, look, we're going to call ourselves into special session. If everyone agrees, then we're not going to do it. And we'll let the federal government sue us because we have a 10th Amendment right. So I think they passed that Sandel's bill with the EPA in mind, because the EPA is trying to shut down some power plants, but they passed that. And then Biden, did what he did with Title IX, where he, reinterpreted it to apply to sexual orientation and gender identity. And that's why they met on Wednesday, is to say, well, our state law doesn't recognize that. So we now have a conflict between state law and federal law. And Congress didn't give you the authorization to do that. So
Isn't Title IX an executive order title anyway? It's not through Congress.
Well, Congress gives them Congress gives the Department of Education authorization, and they passed. I mean, Title IX is the law passed by Congress, but my understanding is that they then gave the Department of Education the right to, what they do is to create the regulations interpreting it.
I didn't know Title IX was passed by Congress. I thought that was handed down
I think it was
by
in the
Obama.
70s.
No, this was it's from many. It's from
The 70s.
the 60s or something. I mean, it stems from a law passed by Congress.
Okay.
But the
So
law,
I'm misunderstanding that.
well, I think, and the law says, sex in terms of like gender, but that's it. And so then it's up to the Department of Education to interpret what that means. And so they've always interpreted it to mean gender. I mean, to have this sort of parity in, say, women and men's athletics in college. And so there's good reason why they did it. I think it's done some good things. But to say that Congress intended sex back then to mean gender identity or sexual orientation is probably, it's a step, I think, way too far. Like I
don't
think it's
even
hard to argue.
I don't even
Yeah, I don't
think
think they
Harvey
did.
Milk would have saw that one coming.
And this is it for people that don't know what Title IX is. It is protecting women to perform in their own women's sports against women.
Title IX is to make sure that both male and female sports get the equal appropriation of funds, materials, and space.
Now,
That's the initial of it, right? Am I right on that? And then Obama enforced that to send it up to colleges. And now they're saying that it goes to
sexual identity,
gender.
So this is the problem.
Well,
it's not protecting our girls. This new interpretation that they're putting out, and it's actually putting girls at risk in the eyes of many citizens in this country, because we are making now rules to protect a minority that is such a minute minority and putting the majority at risk. And this can't stand. And so for Sandal to put this, bill when he did, for a totally different thing, to fight back one one organization of the government, one of these bureaucratic run organizations, and for it to work so well, it's going to be huge and work for us. And sovereignty is a way that Utahns could fight back, and that's something they brought up in this special session. So, man, Derek, I can talk to you forever.
Well, and the other, and just one other thing that not everyone sees, but the other thing that Biden did that gives me a lot of concern is that the Obama or the Trump administration implemented a series of protections for men who are accused of sexual crimes, of that kind of thing on a college campus, and it sort of had the deck stacked against the person who was accused. And so the Trump administration put in some protections to make sure that they could see their witness, their accuser, to make it a more fair process. And what Biden
just gave him due process is what he did.
Well, exactly. And this has been an issue here. The legislature has been talking about this as it relates to the University of Utah for a number of years. And the other thing he just did in Title IX, not only did it have to do with women's sports, but it had to do with pretty much gutting all those protections that President Trump put into place. And so that no one really talks about that aspect of what he did, but that's a huge, it has a huge impact. I mean, I have talked to someone who was accused, someone who was accused at one of the universities, and the reality is that you don't have the protections, and so you're pretty much, you might as well just give up. You're effectively guilty until proven innocent, and the ability to prove yourself innocent is very difficult, and so flipping it is hard.
Wasn't Duke just sued the beginning of this year over something they did under Obama? I think Duke was sued heavy. I know Harvard was sued, and they all lost, but the Duke suit, if I remember, was like a $10 million suit that a girl
lacrosse team.
Are you saying about the lacrosse
isn't
team?
the lacrosse team. This is one that happened while Obama was president, and I should have down
because they had kind of a fiasco with their, Holly, you mentioned their lacrosse team.
Yeah, that was the prosecutor. I think the local prosecutor led most of that. I don't think Duke had much to do with that.
Well, those players were kicked out of school.
They were, but the prosecutor knew that they were innocent real quick. I mean, he ended up losing his license over it. So that tells you where that one went.
So, Derek, you've got a website, and what is that website?
Yes, I've got
know
it
we have
pulled
to
up.
wrap up.
Yeah, it's just Derek, D-E-R-E-K is how you spell it, Derek for Utah. And so, yeah, feel free to check that out. We'll give you some ideas on, you know, we've got everything from videos to issues to, you know, endorsements to how to contact, that sort of thing. So we've been racing, and I'm going to race up until next Tuesday night at 8 p.m. when the polls close. And then I might sleep for a week because I'm just exhausted. But that's what you do. You know, when you run, you run as hard as you can, and you leave it all on the field.
I do want to say I've met you a few times. Super nice guy, very friendly family. Yeah.
I appreciate it.
You're very smart. You're very, very knowledgeable. You've got incredible endorsements. And I know people may not agree with the people endorsing you, but I think it speaks volumes to your knowledge and the vast differences in in these people endorsing you. Mike Lee.
And I hope that's the case. Yeah, I mean, because some people will be like, wait, I've had people that have said, well, if Mike Lee endorses you, then I'm absolutely going to vote for you. And I've had other people that have said, well, if he endorses you, I can't vote for you. Right. And then I say, well, Governor Cox endorses me, and they go, oh, well, I like him. I mean, so I get that it's a two-edged sword, but my goal is to say, look, there's a reason that Governor Cox and Senator Lee and the Speaker of the House and the Senate President and almost every Republican member of the House and Senate endorse me. It's because they know my track record. I mean, it's one thing to say, elect me, I'll do X, Y, Z, I'll stand up for this, that, and the other. It's another thing to have all of those elected officials say, look, we know Derek. We've worked with Derek. Derek is someone who will, in fact, do what he says he does because he has a track record of actually doing it.
That's a great way to say it. And if people want to donate or volunteer, if they would like a yard sign, please reach out. Just send me a message, and I'll make sure you have a yard sign in your yard if this is a candidate that you want to support.
Yeah.
Derek, I absolutely adore you and your family. I'm so grateful for your example and your mentorship. And I appreciate you coming on the show. I know we've missed you a couple times, and so I apologize that it's so late before the primary, but we are just grateful for you taking the time today. And
if you want to check out the website, it's derekforutah.com. It's all spelled out, not the number 4. derekforutah.com. Go check it out.
Notes, right?
What's that?
Yep.
You'll have it in the show notes.
Yep. And I'll have a direct link right in the show notes. You can just click on it and go right there. He's got good stuff on there. He talks about stopping federal encroachment, slowing down the regulations. I've gone into it 1,000 times. I think our housing crisis is a crisis of overregulating the economy. All of that stuff. It's all good stuff. And he has a wonderful family. That is for sure.
Yeah.
And I can't wait to see them again.
I bet they miss you.
See you in 5 years.
I've spent a lot of time with Emily on the campaign trail. So actually, I mean, we actually have spent a lot of time together. It's been a great experience
It'll make or break you, right?
Yeah, exactly. Hey, thanks to both of you. I appreciate the time. Thanks for inviting me on.
Thank you.
And best wishes to you, friend. Let me know if you need anything.
Thank you. All right. Take care. Thanks, Holly. Thanks, Jared. Take care.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Our time was quite limited because we only had an hour. And so,
yeah, I know there's more questions for him, and hopefully we can send them out to him. Everyone apologize for my cough that comes through in the most inopportune time. I try to catch it before it catches me.
I'm surprised you're even awake. Like
I am fine.
When I had to take medicine just to feel better, it's like all I could do is keep my eyes open. So
my medicine is Guinness and black coffee.
Yeah, that works too. I heard tequila works too.
I'm sure it does. I got some of that in the other room.
Yeah, well, wait. You've only got.
I got some Jameson too.
Not even an hour. Do we have another guest on?
Nope, it's just us BSing for 45 minutes. So O'Malley May asks, what's his opinion on Cox's signature gathering fiasco? What do you know about that, Holly? I know nothing about that.
Are you talking about SB 54 as a whole, or what are you referring to, O'Malley?
And then she also asked, can you guess what else she asked?
Yeah, Jesse Kelly.
Yeah. Does he listen to Jesse Kelly?
With Derek is he is involved with the legislature, and like he says, Cox has endorsed him, and so is Mike Lee, and those two people, I don't even think they endorse each other, and I think they are so different. I have asked him regarding what he feels about the rumors that Governor Cox would like to appoint not only the Attorney General but the state school board. And he said, absolutely not. That requires checks and balances. And that is kind of how I feel. It's making of a tyrannical government when you
that would be a tough one. I don't know. Has Cox actually said he wants to appoint those?
He has said it in kind of a flippant way, but it's someone like McKell, the other. So, I mean, you get onto the Twitters and, the X, and they've actually suggested it, saying it'd be a great idea, and you know that they are related to Governor Cox.
So he has said it, because Trump said, I would like to be, president for life. And I think he was joking when he said it. And Rachel Maddow, I mean, she had a prolapsed, over it. I mean, her bumhole fell out on the floor.
Ew. So yeah, I don't think that Cox has to say it. I think there's enough people saying that it would be great if Governor Cox could appoint.
Yeah.
I've been on an X fight with one of our representatives, not one of ours, but someone I know to be the Cox's brother-in-law, and pushing that, and eventually he took it down because too many people were saying that's ridiculous. So I don't think Cox would say that out loud in a serious manner, but I'm not sure if he feels that way. I do know that Derek Brown, someone who has a great working relationship with Spencer Cox, as well as Mike Lee, of course, and other Utah legislators, is absolutely against it and sees that could be considered tyrannical. And it is, but a lot of states.
Well, and it just makes it sort of get complicated if he ever has to look into the governor's office. She says, no, the company that gathered Cox's signatures is under investigation for signature fraud. 2 cases is what I last saw. They won't let anyone see his signatures he gathered.
Well, I mean, if that will all be public record once. It has to be public record, at least they could redact the actual names, but these county clerks, it's whatever county you file in, those county clerks are responsible to check every single name and cross-check to make sure any other candidate did not receive the same signature. Now, SB 54 actually breeded this business of signature gatherers.
Why didn't we get into this business? Why wasn't I
don't know.
If I would have been politically paying attention then, I could have bought me a cheap suit.
People from outside the state who own these businesses and are.
We could have done this, Holly. We could have been living high on the hog signature gathering.
It's true.
We could have called ourselves,
I don't know.
Something 54.
You said, did Derek use the same company? I don't know how many different companies there are, because it is such a new kind of industry. And it applies to Utah specifically. And a lot of these, like I know legislators were talking about making a law against outside states having signature gather.
Imagine that.
It has to be volunteers and not paid
together.
So all of this has been up for debate.
That would wreck the whole system. I would know
if every single candidate used the same company or if there's a whole bunch of companies that they used.
Oh, could you imagine the upset if they made it so it had to be volunteers and not paid for signatures?
That would just be, that's how it was intended.
That would tumble. I don't think for a second it was actually intended that way. I think it was.
Okay,
I think
that's
the
how it
people
was
who.
proposed.
I think the people who dreamed it up may have, but I don't think it. I don't think anyone was confused into thinking it would stay that way. And I'm not putting any negative thoughts on them. I'm just thinking that would upset the whole apple cart. Now,
Utah local races that get these signatures, if let's say the sheriff wanted to gather signatures, that he doesn't pay a company.
no, but
The
I could
number's
see.
significantly smaller, but he's getting all these signatures, people pledging to give him their support before convention, and he's going to these people individually and asking
Yeah.
for their support. But on a bigger scale,
Yeah, I could see it working on small in townships, but even like if you were doing a Salt Lake mayor race, that's still probably too many people.
But if on a global or a national a race like governor, if you went into every single community and gathered your volunteers and had them knock on doors, it's doable. It's doable. But why do it when you can pay a company $500,000 to do it for you? And then you turn in extra names. And then that way you've got, if anyone falls off, you've got more than enough to cover it by the deadline. But it's county clerks who have to go through each individual name, cross-check that with other petitioners to make sure no one signed 2 different petitions, because that makes the name null and void. Make sure they're registered Republicans.
Tracy wants that job. I would rather lick toilet stalls clean than that job.
Well, that's the thing, though. She doesn't do it for the governor's race, for the Senate race, but she does it for like school board. It goes through lieutenant governor's office and goes into these local county races. So it is something that I hate to say that because you got 5,000 signatures from citizens who believe in you, committed their vote to you, and I don't want to discount that.
No,
even though I don't love SB 54, but a lot of these people are committing because a 17-year-old kid knocked on their door, gave them a short spiel, and said, "Sign here," and they do. And sometimes they don't know the platform of the person. They don't
like,
know.
Hey, dude. Hey, man.
Look, I want you off my porch. What does it take? Oh, my signature. There you go.
What are you selling? Don't you see the no solicit? Now, here's my question. When are we going to get Scott Sandel on to talk about this 10th Amendment boosting bill that he's pushing through?
Oh, I'm happy to reach out to Scott anytime.
Okay. All right. We'll have him on next Friday then, right?
No, I don't want to commit that. He just did a special session. We don't know how far it's
I know.
going.
Reach out to him for me. I've talked to him before also. He's doing great work. He's doing phenomenal work. The work of the Lord, if you will.
Leader in our legislator, and we're lucky to have him as our senator. Well, he's my senator.
Yeah.
But I feel very lucky. I think this was such common sense, and this is a man who's a farmer, and lands are very important to him, and even more so with the consultation that and the insight that Tim Jimenez has brought on the EPA and the restrictions of the EPA and the reality of the EPA regulations and how they're unattainable. You would have to remove every car on the road in Utah to even come close to matching. And you cannot with money or regulation stop what inversion actually is. We live in a bowl in Wasatch Front. Yep. Inversion is a natural thing that happens with or without cars.
Yep.
So with Tim's console and all of that, this next step of sovereignty for our state and the specialty that comes in our state, this was brilliant. And it's actually sad that it took this long.
Yeah.
But we actually have someone like Tim whose his career is environmental engineer. And to go up to the hill and explain all of this and regarding this to the lawmakers was amazing. And he's already committed to legislators now. Even though he's not seeking re-election, he will still offer consult and and stuff for these legislators, because it was a game changer. It really, really was, with his expertise up there.
Yeah. Yeah.
And they just got out of special session where, again, they could call in this new sovereignty bill. And as we talked to Matt Hymas last week, this made it, there's so many things where we claim our sovereignty as a state and go, sorry, you're breaking Utah law.
Here's what the I don't want to say Biden is doing any of this, because we know he's not. He's sitting in a big old poofy chair, like probably drooling a bit and everything else. And his kooky ass ultra left administration is doing all this. And they're going to push states to start enforcing the 10th Amendment. They're going to push them. And maybe it's a good thing. Maybe that is what we need.
Hey,
because it's time for states to start doing that.
O'Malley says, do they go through the whole list, do they? How long does it actually take? O'Malley, they absolutely go through every single name on the list. And having been a campaign manager for a local race and knowing what, like, for example, Camille Knutson went through, she was gathering signatures. She gathered way more than she had to. Lieutenant Governor's office goes through those state seats for school board. They go through every single name. And if that person is not a registered Republican, they're off the list. Some people don't know if they are. They assume they are, but you don't find out as a candidate that they're not until you get them. They get lost off the list. If they've signed another ballot or another petition for another candidate, they're off the list. And now there are time frames. So these candidates are turning in their petitions every time they're finished. And by a penalty under perjury, if you do not witness that signature on that petition, it's invalid. It's against the law to turn it in.
Yeah, you can't hand your packet off to someone else to take it to work.
And then sign it after the end saying you've witnessed it all and then turn it in. That makes that whole petition illegal.
They're pretty heavy. I've turned down carrying packets for people for that very reason. I'm like, look, I do not want to take responsibility for these things.
So every single name is checked. And when she finally, and you're turning it in constantly. So it's not like you turn it in at the end. You are turning it in as each petition is completed. And there's a book of signatures.
Not each petition, each packet. You get a packet. There's, 30 pages in each one?
Yeah, probably 10 names per page.
Yeah. And you get one and then they turn it in and man, they do get stringent. So the controls for that are there.
And this is the thing. You could be like the flag proposition. When that was up, if that petition didn't get in by a certain deadline, it was null and void. And there's nothing the clerks can do about that. That's law.
Yeah.
So, and then when they're checking these names and verifying that these are real people, real citizens of Utah, things like that, citizens of the United States, every single name is checked. Now, once all of them are in, there are ways for you to remove your name from petitions. That's also something that people can do. But so I believe the list is public record, but I don't know if the actual data is public. So you can see
that's a good question.
Name, but I'm not sure if you'll see their address, their ID number, things like that you have to get on.
Is the list of names public record?
I mean, count my vote, the whole thing that started SB 54.
Okay.
A lot of people, myself included, I was able to go in and have my name removed from the petition when I found out I had signed it. And this took place years and years ago, but it wasn't sold to me the way that you might think, transparently. It was, right now, your vote isn't being counted and only a few people in the public are able to vote on your behalf. Well, they were talking about delegates and they wanted this other option. Back then, I'm like, well, of course I want my vote counted. But when I realized who was funding it, what it actually meant, I was angry and I wanted my name off that petition, even though it already passed a law and everything. But there was an option that you could do and then keep my voice, the counter to count my vote, I signed their petition. And in order to have that work, they had to remove my name from the other. So that is something that could be in place. And I don't know how detailed the information would be, but it should be public record that Governor Cox did get all of his signatures checked and double checked. And whatever local municipality is watching those signatures, if they don't do it correctly, these clerks, they're in a state violation. It's against the law. They could be gone. They could get thrown in jail over it.
Yeah, it's heavy. What do you think about Hunter Biden being found guilty?
I mean, what do I think about Fauci getting called out in front of Congress? Is anything going to happen?
That's the big one.
Will he ever get a punishment? I mean, they're right now saying that Trump is a felon, and who knows what his sentencing day is going to look like. But I'm curious, they're calling it retaliation. Well, one has a provable crime and one doesn't. One is a federal crime and one isn't.
Hunter was found guilty in Delaware. So I don't know if you could call that retaliation.
Well, it's a federal gun charge.
But he was found guilty in Delaware with a Delaware jury. Now, Trump
was found in New York.
In New York City, where we know that was totally on the up and up, completely fair.
Yeah,
see, the Trump ones.
Trial, it would be a Biden in Delaware.
Yeah, I mean, that's where Biden's from. It's, well, allegedly. But
Pennsylvania, Scranton, I think.
But no, he was a Delaware senator.
Yeah, he lives there. He's got 2 homes there, I believe.
It's crazy. I don't know. We'll have to see what goes on with them.
Well, O'Malley just said he'll be pardoned by Biden. And
Biden's saying he won't pardon him.
I don't think you can pardon a state crime.
But he was found federally.
Yeah.
Federally in Delaware.
So at least get him in prison to serve out some time before. Because, yeah, the president would pardon him. Especially if the president is thinking he's not going to win re-election.
It'd be interesting to see, wouldn't it? But then that's
surprised.
That's the way you wash your dirty little hitman off the market. Let him go to prison for a while, and maybe the investigation against, because let's face it, here's a message to the Democrats. Democrats, you opened up a poop storm by taking an ex-president to court and trying him, because now that opens up when Biden is now the ex-president, he can be hauled in. Now, granted, getting Biden when he's, dementia ridden.
Let's talk about Bill Clinton.
Well, no, sure. Bill Clinton.
Much evidence on Bill Clinton as they had against Trump for the same.
Hold on. What they're going to do is, by dragging Biden in, they're going to be taking Act Blue into court for all of the money laundering through Ukraine.
Oh, you wish.
You see what I'm saying? You see where I'm going with this? Democrats open themselves up to this by trying to, how do I put this? By trying to deny democracy in our presidential election, they have opened up this can of worms.
But they are done it to a party my party that has never, ever done retaliatory, oh, you know what? Shoes on the other foot now, and we're going to punish you. And I'm just saying, sometimes in this world we're living in, it's time that Republicans start playing offense instead of defense and say, nope, if this is the precedent you're going to set, then we're going to follow it.
Well, let's remember, Republicans did the Jeffree Star thing. So,
Yeah, but there was he lied.
I would like you to find me a president who hasn't.
But I'm telling you, it makes sense. But that wasn't they still didn't vote to kick Bill Clinton out.
No, they didn't. But that's because, well, it gets complicated.
It's just Democrats aren't going to get rid of their guy, just like Republicans aren't going to get rid of them or Trump. I mean, you can impeach a president, but that's as far as it goes if the Senate isn't ready to fire him or hold him accountable. Again, do I think that Bill Clinton should be dragged into trial over paying off women who allegedly so many years ago, beyond the statute, were paid off to keep quiet regarding his sexual behavior? I don't think so. I don't want that precedent, and I think it needs to be stopped immediately.
Yeah. And
but some people say enough's enough. You're going to set the precedent. You're going to eat it.
Hey, I'm all about it. I want to watch the chaos. I'm going to get me some popcorn. I'm going to get me some light beer. I'm going to sit back and enjoy that. Hey, what do you think about what's that?
Light beer?
Yeah, Guinness is light. It's not too heavy. It's
oh
not
my
too
gosh,
calorie
it looks
thick.
like it's tar. It looks like
it's
heavy.
Wonderful. There is nothing wrong with having to chew your beer a little bit. I'll have my brother make me some of his strong meat again. That's the stuff. What do you think about Europe voting right? You've got Marie Le Pen in France. You've got the Belgium guy crying. Have you heard about that stuff?
No, indulge me.
France, is it France, Belgium, and I think a couple of EU elections went right. Marie Le Pen she's called a fascist. She won. She beat Macron to Macron to winning the president or whatever they call it over there in France land. The number one surrenderer. I don't know what they call it there. But yeah, so Europe is moving right, and this is everything to do with their immigration policy.
I think that I think Britain is going to have to do another parliamentarian vote. I don't understand how their government works. It's same with Israel.
The banks
meeting, and then all of a sudden, when your party starts not being popular and you don't have the votes, then they do another election to get a new president.
They do. That lady
looking at the work. What's the
Labor Party?
Labor Party is
and
now
the Tory Party
over the Conservative Party. So they're going to have an election soon on that issue.
Well, they had that lady in charge before this latest guy. They're all, politicians, but she was in charge, I think, for 24 hours, but she mentioned lowering taxes. And the bankers rose up and threw her out of power.
Yeah.
So the bankers did that. So honestly, England, you guys need to call on your military to get the banking control. Because if your banks can upset your elected officials, you have no power in your country.
Oh, you
I'm
mean
just
like
saying that.
Fed
What's that?
America? Like the Fed in America?
Yep, just like the Fed in America.
They'll have just as much ability to control that as we do. O'Malley, I don't know if you saw our episode 2 weeks ago with Jim Jordan and Celeste Malloy, but I highly recommend go back and watch if you haven't. We actually brought that up, that currently our Congress is doing all these important hearings, and yet what happens? What can they do? And he explains basically where they're at. Until we get the Senate, there's a lot they cannot do. The Senate is the one that makes the ultimate decision. And you can impeach. I mean, Mayorkas has been impeached. The Senate hasn't even called that to a vote. The Senate majority leader. So they've done the work. And a lot of the work they're doing with the hopes that with this new election, we'll get a new majority and that we possibly could take the House and the White House and the Senate. And if that's the case, then they can start, making laws or holding people accountable that all these hearings are about. I mean, I think Fauci should be held accountable, and I have a fly. Fauci should be held accountable, and these hearings are going to be, they're not going to sit well. even in 6 months. I mean, yes, it was gain of function. Yes, it was funded by Obama's administration. Yes,
Yes,
we knew
it
it was
was
illegal, but
illegal.
we moved it to a place where it's not going to be illegal, like China. How
O'Malley
many-
May says, I want the president of El Salvador. She wants Bukele. I like him.
Yeah, but he kills drug dealers, right? Isn't that him?
No, he doesn't kill him. He imprisons him.
Oh no, he had an execution for drug dealers, death penalty. And
Bukele had an execution?
It could be a different president, but it's in one of those countries where he's like, we're going to end drug abuse. Drug salespeople can be shot in the street.
No, he didn't do that. What he did was he built that great big prison in El Salvador.
Who had that rule?
Well, China had that rule at one time. Singapore.
No, it's recent.
Recent? I don't know. Okay, she said, I saw about them passing a draft bill. 18 to 26-year-olds do anything about that. What's going on?
Philippines. It's the Philippines.
Yeah, Philippines. Yeah, lots of Southeast Asian.
Kill anyone they believe to be connected to drug trade.
Hey, that might not work out well for you.
Duterte. Who's that?
Duterte?
Duterte. Yeah, Duterte.
Yeah. She said, I saw something about them passing a draft bill. 18 to 26-year-olds know anything about that. What they're doing is they're going to make selective service not even mandatory or compulsory anymore. It's just going to be automatic. That's the bill they're looking at. They haven't included females in it yet, but that's up for discussion. But they're going to make selective service automatic, which means when I turned 18, I went down to the library. Hell, I was already in the Army when I did this. I'd already volunteered. I signed up when I was 17. But I went down and you would pull this card out and fill out your name and address and just turn it in and they'd mail it off to the Selective Service Administration. Nowadays, and this is for all you young guys who are turning 18 right now, you have until you're 26. You go on selectiveservice.gov and you fill it out and that signs you up for selective service. But they're looking at, and if you don't do it, it can be a fine. It can be I think it's a misdemeanor, but what it can do is it can harm you going to college and getting some jobs. Like there are some private sector jobs that if they find out you didn't do selective service, they won't hire you or won't maintain you. So, they're looking at making it automatic. Yeah, she says, haha, Mao cured a lot of druggies in his labor camps. They went, drug them out into the street in front of the hash dens and killed them right there and then told their families, you've got to go bury him. Yeah, it's rough.
Okay, the failure to register with Selective Service is a violation of the Military Selective Service Act. Conviction for such violation may result in imprisonment up to 5 years and a fine of not more than $250,000. So that's a felony.
Okay, so it's a felony. We haven't charged anyone with that in a while, but people, you can't get student loans if you haven't signed up. And a lot of places will not hire you. You can't work for the government, but there are a lot of private sector jobs that won't hire you either. But they're talking about making it automatic now and including females. We'll see if that passes through the vote. But I think any country. What's that?
How do you feel about forcing females? I
think any country that'll send its women off to die and bleed for itself deserves what it gets, and it's death. You cannot repopulate without females. I'll say it again for the people in the back. Yes, men are disposable. We're supposed to be. That's the way it goes. Deal with it. Don't cry about it. Women are more important. They are the ones that they can one time a year make new of you. Men can make new of you every day. They're not as important. Women are more important. Deal with it.
Yeah,
Stop
but
crying.
my son isn't, I don't want my son going. And
Sure.
I don't like the
Sure.
fact, I never want the draft to be reinstated. So if that's the case and we never do, then selective service is it's just a piece of paper. You still have the
Sure.
right to join or not join. I think when you
100%.
stop taking your rights to your own body. I mean, my father was a product of the draft, and a lot of men were. I don't agree with it, which is why I think a lot of people didn't, so they stopped it. But why are we not listening to Eisenhower's leaving speech regarding the military-industrial complex? A general, mind you, warning us about these wars that are going to get our kids killed, and the power of governments to do this. And they're not thinking about your child's life.
One day it would be cool to
Financial and power. And I'm sorry that I don't even want my son required to have to sign up. I want my son and any other female or male that wants to serve this country to do so on their own free will.
I would one day I'd like to have a philosophical conversation with you about how World War II destroyed our nation. But that'll be for another date and time because we only got 15 minutes left. Look, I don't want the draft, but I want women being forced to go to war less than I even want the draft. Because I think when a nation sends its women off to defend itself, it's just sending a signal that the reproduction of our citizens no longer matters. And that's it.
Well, and our women kept our country going during
Sure, you can.
And they're strong workers that
Sure.
And they kept children.
And they're prettier than men. And
created.
And their hair's nicer, and our lotion industry would collapse without them.
I'm saying there's a place for women in war that does not involve them putting on a uniform and dying for the country. So your point to me is, I agree with you.
Sure. I'm just saying,
we protect our women, but I think we need to stop being in wars. I think it's stupid unless we're invaded on our own soil.
Yep.
I would never want a draft ever again.
Yep. I fully want women to be able to sign up for the military. I want them to be able to voluntarily sign up. I just think that if a nation gets to where it sends its mothers off to war, that nation has failed.
I agree. I know Israel does it.
They have it. It's a different system between their males and females. And that's fine. Also, Israel doesn't send its boys and girls anywhere else. They stay in Israel. Well, sometimes they go to Gaza. But yeah. I guess if they wanted a draft for a defense force, maybe, but even then, no, that's, you lose the women in your country, your society's dead, your culture's gone. Women are mandatory. Men are replaceable.
In Israel, the mandated military service requirement for Jewish Israeli women is 24 months, apart from specified roles that instead require a service length of 30 months. Women can be exempted from military service for reasons like religious conscience, marriage, pregnancy, and motherhood.
Okay.
But they are required to give 24 months to the state.
And that's fine. But Israel doesn't send their women to, I mean, they don't send their women to the Middle East because they already are there, but they don't. And I want to have women volunteering in the military. That's great. I don't want a draft.
I agree. I think we're absolutely in agreement there.
Yeah.
Is there anything upcoming? I know you got the big shoot weekend.
Yep, got the range.
I mean, besides huge vote on Tuesday, everybody, last day to get your ballot in is Tuesday, get it in the drop box before 8 p.m. Vote in person. If you don't want to mail in your ballot, check out your local county clerk's office website to see where your locations are, where your drop boxes are, or make sure that your ballot is postmarked by the 24th.
Yeah. And everyone, remember, take a few minutes to remember Johnny Hurley. He's a dang hero. When everyone else hid, he ran into the fire and took care of it. And he saved lives, lost his own life.
Johnny Hurley is.
What's that?
Remind people who maybe missed the first of the show.
Johnny Hurley is the guy 3 years ago today in Arvada, Colorado, when an active shooter went into like the shopping district. He heard the gunshots and he ran to it and killed the active shooter. And this is a rough thing. While the police stayed in their buildings and peeked out the windows, he ran to it and eliminated it. And this is not a knock against all police, but this is a knock against the 3 police who were in that shopping district who hid. And then after he was done,
perimeter, they said they were trying to establish a perimeter in order to back up. That's the procedure.
No, right. The family got paid out because what they did was lock their doors, stayed in their building and ducked. And then when they saw a guy who wasn't the shooter out there kneeling by the AR-15 unloading it, they popped their head out and shot him 3 times. And that's why they lost their lawsuit.
You know, that could have happened at Trolley Square so easily.
It could have. It was an off-duty officer who did that.
He left Rodizio and went out, and he's calling 911 saying, "Don't shoot me. I'm wearing this, this, and this, and I'm going after him before he kills anybody else." And that's heroic, and it's unthinkable. Yep. And a lot of people can't. Now, let's be honest, though. Police officers in that situation, the reason he called 911 and explained his description is because he did not want an accident to happen like what happened there. And when you have chaos like that, you don't know how many shooters there are. You don't know which people are shooters and which aren't. You don't know if you need a perimeter. You need to protect victims. You hope every officer is going to run in like that officer did in Trolley Square, or just like Hurley did. But you don't know. So to blame police for not going gung-ho, that's a tough scenario.
I don't know if I
would, but
I don't know if I blame him, but let me ask you this.
And by the way, police departments pay out to anybody they shoot.
Let me ask you this. Okay, the Supreme Court came down and said law enforcement has no duty to protect you. And at the same time, that's the Supreme Court. And at the same time, policies came down and said in active shooter situations, you will assault. You will head towards the active shooter no matter what. How do you, because like we saw that down in that Texas shooting where the police dithered around and sat on their hands for an hour and a half. How do they square that circle? Now, I want law enforcement who is bold and strong and will run into the fire. That's who I want. I want firefighters who will run into the fire. And I understand you're volunteering. You are volunteering for that dangerous job. Yes, you're not paid enough. Sure, all that, but it's a voluntary job. Just like when I say if someone signs up for Congress, they're going to give up their stock market portfolio. It's a voluntary job. You're going to sign up, so you're going to
your life, and one is potentially your life. If you make a mistake, you could serve
the
rest of your life in prison.
Sure, it is. It is. But it's a voluntary job. If those are not terms you're willing, just like signing up for the military, it's a voluntary job. If you're not willing to accept those terms, look at a different job. But this job requires that you do X, you know?
Well,
like if
active shooter, how do you know who's the shooter? how do you know you're not making a mistake, like shooting the hero like they did?
There's all sorts of, well, here's what happened is the police officer who shot him first saw the active shooter pass by his window before it started. So he had a description. When he shot, he said, and I quote, "I was picturing the Columbine shooting. I saw that he was wearing red, but I blacked out. And in my mind's eye, his partner was shooting him."
Well, I wonder, did they know exactly how many shooters there were?
I don't know. You read the story. It's interesting. The guy went into somewhere else. He zoned out. And I'm not trying to blame the police. I am not. Don't confuse that. But I don't want to hire a plumber who won't deal with toilets. You see what I'm saying?
Who won't get his feet dirty when the shit's
Who won't climb in the poop. That's the job. Right? And if you don't want to deal with criminals, and if you don't want to be the shield for the populace, go do something else. There are thousands of jobs out there.
Well, having known a police officer my whole life, my father would be the one that will run right towards it. Maybe not all will, but again, he was also a soldier. That's his mentality was, I'm going to go where the shots are and I'm going to save who I can, or at least die trying. I mean, not every officer feels that way. And it was a different time where when you see an officer right now over the whole George Floyd thing, he's going to serve the rest of his life. He was a pawn in this huge thing. And, you know, they don't pay you enough. And even when you do everything right, by the policy of the company you work for, aka
policy, training.
Yeah. When you do everything you're supposed to do and they don't back you in any way and they let you get thrown to the wolves, I'm not surprised. It's like when Obama tied the hands of our military and said
they sacrificed him.
Exactly. And
100%
was not able to engage in a battle you know, on the off. They were constantly on defense. All of that changes. Policy is going to get these cops killed.
Yep.
Policy is going to get the public killed. And restriction on gun ownership and the right to own guns and private owners of guns is only going to get more people killed when you're restricting people who are right there and ready to defend their lives and the people around them when officers can't be there. But then it also puts the public in danger from police if they don't have proper etiquette in how to inform law enforcement. Hey, I'm going in. This is what I look like. I have a firearm and I'm going to take this guy out because I've got a shot. I mean,
yep.
Yeah,
it would have been nice. Well, Johnny did call 911 before he went in, I think, or he had someone call 911. But it's, and I'm not blaming the cops. I know it sounds like I am, but I'm not. It's a complicated situation. But anyway, so we'll finish out these comments. O'Malley says, dithering is death. That kind of behavior comes from the top down. It's different from department to department. That is 100%. John Farnham informed us long ago to expect the police to form a perimeter and send no one in. If you are on your own. John is a police officer, by the way. Look up the story of the mother and daughter that was hard and lit on fire as the officers outside listened to their screams. They waited for the guy to finally come out of the house. Well, that's a rough one. Yes, they do. But so the policy that came down, this came down nationally after the school shooting in Florida. Was it Marjorie Douglas High School shooting? Came down federally that if there is an active shooter in a school, police will advance. Now, I don't know what their enforcement mechanism is supposed to be.
That was the one where the border agent went in, right?
No, that was Uvalde. You're thinking Uvalde. I'm thinking the one that what was his name? The one we watched the debate with him and Spike.
Yeah,
Hogg.
that was a different school, wasn't it?
No, that was the one at Marjorie Douglas down in, and this was like what, 7 years ago, 6 years ago, where the sheriff's resource officer hid outside. He got in trouble, lots of trouble. The sheriff was a big old
I know
pile of Duke.
there was an officer, I believe it was another type of officer said, I'm going in. What are we standing out here for?
Not at Marjorie Douglas. You're thinking Uvalde.
When was Uvalde?
Uvalde was the one in Texas like 2 years ago, a year and a half ago. And that was the one where the police. What's that?
This feels like it happened a longer time ago than just a couple of years ago.
It might be, but Uvalde was the one where the Uvalde Police Department, the Uvalde School Police Department waited outside, and then it was two, I think, two border control agents that actually did the entry and went in there.
Against police commands and stuff, and they said,
yes,
no,
but
we're going.
Yeah.
Parents outside just freaking out because you could still hear the shooting. And
yeah. So your mom says, I would never want my daughter to be drafted. I agree. I'm with you 100%, Sherry. It isn't right. Look at the nation's history. Maybe join the nursing program.
Thanks, Mom.
I would love to see your daughter as a nurse. That would be fun to watch. Holly, go take care of that bedpan. But no, I don't think you should draft women. Women are the most important thing a nation has. They are.
Yeah, women can keep the nation running economically and family-wise, while
and reproductively.
Yeah, and you still need men if you're going to reproduce.
You need a man. That's it. Yeah, the kids are going to have pretty broad foreheads and their eyes are going to be really far apart afterwards, but you need a man.
Ew, no, ew.
It's just a fact.
You're talking about families?
It's just a fact. You need a man to replace yourselves.
Right, but they've proven that even without reproductive whatever during World War II, they kept the United States economy going. And
they sure did.
Very important.
They sure did.
For everyone when you're in a time of crisis.
100%. Mallory says, I have a lot more faith in Utah's police departments. They regularly train to go in. Yes, I do too. And I mean, I have a lot more faith in, I would bet, most police departments. And it's probably the sick fact that Uvalde failed because it was a police department. It was a school police department. Think of a whole police department. I think it was like 1,000 police officers built around schools. So apparently Uvalde's a pretty big place.
Well, Granite School District has their own police department.
Yes, that's this type of system, right? And it's built. So if you build it specifically for something, it's government. It will fail at doing that one thing. It's just the way it goes. She asked, when was this enacted? Before or after Uvalde? Long before Uvalde, years before. I think it was enacted 2 years after Marjorie Stone Douglas.
You mean the policy, right?
Yes, the policy was enacted. They did a full investigation. Federal investigators come down on it long before Uvalde. Uvalde is the perfect example of top-down stupidity. Yes, it is. Ineptitude, stupidity, and also if the government was to design a tool to do one job, it would fail at doing that one job. It'd probably be a perfect success at everything else on earth, but it would fail at doing that one job.
And it would take about 5 years longer than the anticipated
time.
Oh,
easy.
And be about 10 times more expensive. And still fail. And my mom says, right, she's much too beautiful. Mom, I love you.
She
But
wouldn't want to do the
I would
bedpan.
just rather work in a factory than be a nurse because I I'd want to be close to my children and raising my children. I would hate to be overseas caring for a nurse. There are women far stronger and bolder and more beautiful than I who have the intestinal fortitude to do that job, and I'm just rather not do it. But again, Mally says my son's just as important as someone else's daughter, which brings me back to say I don't want my son involved in your stupid wars that these people get us into, not even on our own soil, of the grounds that, well, if we fight over there, we won't have to fight over here. That's fine and good, but why do we have to send our people? And why do I have to make my son die or let my son die for your freedom to send my future generations ahead kids for the exact same crap? When are we as Americans going to focus less on the military industrial complex and how we're working around the world and focus more on fixing our own houses?
Imagine if Lockheed Martin wasn't making cruise missiles and they were making cars.
Or what if what's their names to make airplanes?
Lockheed Martin,
No, the other one.
Boeing.
What if Boeing actually made commercial airliners that were just tip top?
Imagine what our cars, we would have Jetsons flying cars if we applied our energy to our civilian market instead of just making things go pop.
Did you see Elon Musk's X where he's like, oh, we're under time and under budget. Another rocket in the sky. Your move, Boeing, something like that. Because Boeing is 5 years over the deadline using NASA dollars and nothing to show for it. Yeah,
Shocker.
But again, that just is right to your point. Put it in the privatized hands. You actually have a product. Put it in a government-funded hands. You have a pile of crap.
Every time. 100%. Every time. It's just the way it goes.
Are as useful as protective orders. Policies are nothing but protections against your own butt, and lawsuits are one of the problems. I'm sure that I know counties and cities have to pay out lawsuits, wrongful death lawsuits, even when their person was a justified shoot was done against their person, their family member, and they still sue and still win dollars and payouts from cities and counties. Even though if it went to a jury trial, they wouldn't win, but they do it to avoid the expense of long trials and all of that. Just to say, hey, we're sorry we shot your criminal.
Yeah, maybe it's overall long-term, maybe it's cheaper that way.
That I think it is. And that's why they avoid getting into it. But what kind of world are we living in when we're paying criminals' families because they got put down?
We need to, the problem is our culture. Our culture is this poisoned culture. Our culture is this culture of inner city youths being raised without whole families, being raised with wrong ideas.
Our lawsuit policies too.
Yeah. And our lack of economic mobility. All these things, these things need to be taken care of. And if we don't, this is going to be a constant. I mean, you know what? It's all right. They already hit the plunger. Right now, we're just swirling around the little hole in the bottom. That's all there is. Maybe, I mean, I don't know. I look at it historically, like, are we going to get a Caesar or a Cincinnatus? I mean, what are we looking at for the future? Because we're at that time where that's where it heads. That's where populism takes us. Your mom says, like Vietnam, terrible. Yes, 100%. Yeah, Vietnam was ugly. You know,
about that dad was sent to that war as a teenager with no choice, and it really hurt him. It hurt a lot of them. And then treated our soldiers like dirt worse than dirt and basically shunned them. And we have a generation of men that were treated so poorly that over what? Not one of them chose this. This was a political grab and nothing more. And it cost blood.
Yep.
I didn't get to show my mom my cute dress. Mom, look what Mike got me for my birthday.
Oh, it's dress time. Hold on. I've got to do this, and then there we go. Okay, show it to her. Do a twirl, or
here's my twirl.
There you go.
And
Lovely dress.
It actually twirls and stuff. I didn't know Jared was going to be sick today, or I'd been in studio. But hey,
what is that? Is that your bird?
Yeah.
The
Hello.
bird likes the dress too.
He just realized I'm over here, and
It's a cold crap. All right.
How long have you been there?
All right, let's close this show down. We've been gabbling for too long. But anyways, hopefully next week, Holly will be back in studio and face-to-face time.
And you'll be feeling better, I hope, and your family.
I hope so.
Let the cold run the gamut, and everybody's healthy and happy.
That's right. That's right. Now, so tomorrow, range day, get a hold of Mallory. Humana. I'll be there. I'm excited for it. I love it.
Yeah.
Yes, your bird barked.
I need to. He's mad at me, but
Apparently.
Stop! It's because he has a German Shepherd, and he thinks that he's got to be noisier than him. Okay, I love you all. Please like and subscribe if you're first-time viewer. We really could use your support, and share this video if you want people to get to know the candidates and what's going on, and let us know. Shut up. Let us know if there's anyone that you'd like to see on the show. I've reached out to the local school board to ask them, because that's an office that I'm really bugged by, that I don't know anything about them because they don't run partisan, and I can't find details about them. So I've invited one to come on the show, and I hope more will come on, because that's a race I'm highly interested in.
Yeah, and after this, now it's wide open. We'll be talking to everybody. So it gets spicy from here on out. I can't wait.
Yeah. Well, after Tuesday, everybody please vote. Are you serious?
It sounds like a car alarm or something.
He only does it when I'm ignoring him.
All right, you guys, have a good weekend. Be safe. For those of you out there poking holes in paper, I'll see you in the morning. Bye, Holly.
Bye, friend.